Joining us for today's session on Wikilab's folklore, preserving global heritage, the journey of Wikilab's folklore so far. Um, so we are happy to have you here joining us this morning. So Wikilab's folklore started as a campaign called Wikilab's Love, where we were documenting festivals, celebrations such as weddings, rituals, and what have you. And that was in the year 2019. And then the focus changed where we had to realign and then add other things to it. So we changed the name from Wikilab's Love to Wikilab's Folklore in the year 2020. So for those who do not know, Wikilab's Folklore is an annual international photography competition held on Wikimedia Commons during the month of February and organized worldwide by Wikimedia communities, members, or with the help of the local affiliates across the globe, with organizers and coordinators and what have you. So the theme of this photography contest is focused on folklore, like I said. It's also organized in different regions. It includes folk dance, folk music, instruments, festivals, rituals and activities, folk games, anything folklore basically. And like I said, it's organized in the month of February. And the campaign is targeted at protecting the world's intangible cultural heritage. So these are our prizes and recognitions. So for photography categories, we have from the first prize of 500 USD to the fifth prize of 100 USD for photographic category. Then we also have 10 noteworthy contributions. We have video categories. We also have audio categories. So we also have community prizes. The first prize is 250 USD. Third prize, the third top uploader prize of 100 USD. Then we also have 2 volunteer excellence awards, which acknowledges volunteers who have gone above and beyond in organizing events and coordinating participants. Then we also have regional prizes. The regional prize awards for the top 3 juries selected media entries from the following regions. That's from Middle and East Africa. We have the Sub-Saharan, you have East, Southern Asia, and Pacific, and the rest. And the award per region is Regional Champion Award, $150, Regional Runner-Up of $100, and then Regional Contributor of $50. So this is how you can participate in this for 2026. You sign up, and then your images must be uploaded using the upload link on the project page. You must also, your images must have templates. That's the Wikilab's Folklore 2026 templates. The images must also be licensed under the Creative Commons licenses, and then images must also be under the Wikimedia Commons project scope. So this is a checklist for those who also want to organize for 2026. It is important that copyrighted images are not uploaded during the contest. Images preferred with this file, images must be properly categorized. Images must not have a watermark, and the images must not be excessively processed and digitally altered. And obviously, no pornographic and explicit images. And then images must not be out of scope. So for this year, 2025, these are our top winning images. You can see very beautiful images that we have been shared by different communities across the globe. And these are also noteworthy contributions for the year 2025. I will not be able to pronounce most of the names, but yeah, this shows you basically what people are sharing concerning tangible and intangible, folklore out there. So this is also part of the noteworthy contributions for 2025. And then winners across the globe celebrating cultures from every corner. This are from the regions. So to be able to view these images, you would have to scan the QR code to be able to view the images from across the regional divide. Then So Joy will continue with feminism and folklore.
Hello, everyone. So, just as the name goes, feminism and folklore, the goal is to create content about women who have contributed to items or things related to folklore. So, feminism and folklore is an international writing contest. That's one of the globally organized writing competitions, which is started from February through to March. It's done concurrently with the Wikilove's Folklore campaign, in that contributors or members will be able to add content to folklore-related artifacts they have received, as well as the brain behind the cultural artifact that has been created. That is women who have done that. Because when you visit many cultures, you realize that there are a lot of women behind the scenes, those who make the beads, those who make the crafts. I'm not being biased, but that's the truth. So we focus on that on the global sphere, and we encourage many communities to participate. So far, we've had about 947 volunteers from 43 communities around the globe, and we've been able to create about 37,854 articles, which have also been improved and created during the competition. So these are the general statistics. Especially for this year, we can proudly, announce the great contributors, global top winners for the top 3. Yes, I'm going to skip the usernames, but like you can see, this gives you a clear statistics. Why are you there? Okay, gives you a clear overview of the winners and how many articles they created and improved. And then our main page, if you want to visit the results page, you can quickly scan and then also have a glance at it. You can equally connect with us if you want to replicate this project in your communities. We have Telegram, we have various social media handles as stated. Okay, so what's next? We have poster sessions downstairs. Like, if you've not visited our stand, please do. We'll also be having a community meetup, and some postcards that will be shared and merchandises. So just make sure you find the signposts for folklore. And don't forget the dates for the competition. 1st February to 31st March every year. Thank you. So Stella, you want to come here?
Hi. So if you're a photographer, let's say if you're from the United States, but you've taken photos in China, Romania, wherever, which country do you upload under?
So if you're from US and you took the photo in China or somewhere else, if you took the photo from somewhere else and it's your photos and you are uploading it, you can upload from, like, I mean, if you're participating from US, you say that's Wikilove's Folklore, images from Wikilove's Folklore 2026 in United States. However, in the description, you state that the photo was taken from this particular place, and then readers will also get to know where it's from. But it's your photo. Or Their faces, any challenges, any ideas, any suggestions, what we can improve, what we can change, what we can modify.
I'll have another question. So, the United States actually hasn't done Wiki Loves Folklore. They've done Wiki Loves Monuments, but they haven't done Earth and they haven't done Folklore. Partially because, as you notice, people have to step up and volunteer. If, like, does it, would it significantly move the needle to have the U.S. get their act together and like really push it? Like, do you think there's a gap on the map from the kinds of contributors that could come from the United States?
Oh yes, just as you said, there's a huge gap. But like you said, volunteers' interest and all that, I think it has to do a lot of advocacy also from your community. Because I have been privileged to also visit the US before, and I saw many Mexican shops with like folklore stuff, and there are so many festivals that the nationals also have. So folklore is not related to a particular item, it has variation of things. So if it's a particular food that is like unique to the US and it's like they were the ones who like created it, we want to know about it. What traditional food do you have? I'm sure you have traditional food apart from burgers. So let us know about it. You have to do a lot of research because if you're able to check the themes related to folklore, then maybe you can connect to whichever theme that resonates well with your community and then project it. Because there are many. You can also visit the indigenous communities there. There are so many different cultures living, like people living in the United States who can tell you more about their story. So I think it's not really like highly necessary to have everything about United States because it might be difficult. But then if you're able to interact with the indigenous people as well, you can let them know that this competition is there, and then they can also share their artifacts. You can take photos of it and then improve upon existing articles. That's one aspect. The other aspect will be for you to also find out what it is about the United States that people do not know about. What is your traditional thing that we don't know about? Because honestly, I'm trying to pinpoint, but the only thing that comes to mind is like the burger and the food, like the music and stuff like that. And I don't know what is the original source from United States. So it would be great if you can map that up for us and then we can close that gap. But the gap is really huge, unfortunately. Hi.
Hi, I'm Sangram from India. I have been organizing this in my community since 2019. And since the beginning, in 2023 we had a small meetup also with the support. Do you have a plan for this for offline editathons or meetup? You are providing any fund or something like that for the coming years?
I didn't hear the last part.
Are you providing any support, any fund for the meetups?
Meetups during Wikimania?
No.
Oh,
During the time in February and March, you are supporting.
The online meetings. Yeah, we've been having online meetings and advocacy campaigns.
No. I'm asking for the offline meetups. You are planning something
Offline
for 2026?
Sure about that because if it's an offline meetup, usually the communities organize that.
Yes,
But
for the communities only.
Sorry?
For the communities. In my local community, I want to conduct a offline editathon for one day. So I need support. So yeah, in that
support.
way.
Like okay, sorry.
So, okay, but you need to define what kind of support do you need. Is it that you want the team to be online with you to present on what folklore is, or what kind of support are you talking about?
No, in 2023, I had conducted a small workshop in our locality. So if people, more than 10 people joined that, new people joined that workshop and joined the editathon. But in 2024, I could not do that. Obviously, 2025, I was busy with some work. So yes, we have organized it online, but we want to do it in a more specific way, so more people can come and join in offline meetups. So more articles could be written on feminism and folklore. And yes, we can do a photo walk during that time. That's if you have planned something like that.
I think, if my memory serves me right, I think you're talking about the mini grant support that we used to
Yes.
give. Yes, it's true. It happened in 2023, but unfortunately, 2024 it didn't happen. But there was some communities, can't pinpoint their names in India that really received some funds to help organize that. So maybe after the session, we would connect with you to know your community, and then we'll let the team get back to you on that, and then we can also support you with your grant application when it's necessary.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Moronge. I'm from Kenya. I'm curious. Weekly Loves Folklore is only limited to photos. You only upload photos, or you can have videos and other aspects of folklore like stories and.
Yeah, definitely. I'd have every form of folklore, whether it is every form of audiovisuals, basically. So if it's music, if it is what's it called? If it's videos, if it's pictures, yes, it's allowed. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So
thank
if,
you.
during the slides, I showed image. I showed award categories for photos, for videos, for audio. It's there. So yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Joy. I'm a little bit confused by your answer to my colleague from the US. Maybe I get the answer wrong. That's why I want to clarify it, or to have it clarified. You said if a picture is taken from a citizen from a certain country in a different country, it belongs to the country of the uploader. No. Great. Then I get you wrong.
Maybe let me explain. Maybe someone online would also be confused. So I'm saying that, for example, I'm Ghanaian, and then I'm here. I take photos from Kenya, like images about Kenya stuff and etc. And I go back to my country and I'm uploading it. I'm the owner of that photo, but the description, because it's a competition, you can't say that it's images from Wikilas Folklore Kenya. Other than that, it's going to be part of Kenya's category, but you have to state that it's images from Wikilas Folklore United States, and you, in the description, you state that the image was taken, or caption taken, from Kenya, or this is a building, blah blah blah, from Kenya. But if we want to give you an award or find out which photos were from your country or participants, let me put it that way, not necessarily the country, but participants, then it should be stated in that category. But then that image is Kenyan image. Is that clear?
Sorry. So this only matters for the prizes. So like in
Yes.
other words, like let's say we get our act together. We're still trying to figure out if we're getting our act together. For Wiki Loves Folklore in the United States, then we can invite all American-ish contributors
Yes.
to upload all of their tourism photos that they've ever taken infinitely, since it would be the first one, and then they're competing against each other for if we got a local prize. But the photos are obviously then categorized into wherever, and then, but the categories themselves don't have competition. It's always the participants competing against their other participants.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
I have a question. Are there any partnerships that usually could work in Wikilove's folklore? For example, in Wikilove's Earth, you can have the UNESCO and you can have other partners. But are there any partners that could benefit us to work with in folklore?
So for partners, what we do is we have local partners from respective communities, and then I think there was a particular year that UNESCO was also kind of connected with us, but most often we rely on the partners from the respective communities. So, like example, museums, museums, and art institutions and galleries. Yeah.
To add to that, if there are local folklore institutions in your respective countries, yes, you can partner with them as well. You want to say something? Yeah, sure.
So how is it, so how, currently how is it funded? Like the master prizes are coming from what pot of money? Is it, because since we're divided regionally in terms of how pots of money tend to, happen, we can debate if that's a good idea. But if, given that, where is the master pot for the international prizes coming from?
The prizes are coming from Wikimedia Foundation. So we are funded fully by Wikimedia Foundation. And then, yeah, we distribute accordingly.
I guess which grant cycle is it from? Because, like, for example, we apply from North America, even though our project Wiki Portraits is international. So is there like, whatever, is it what region you guys are from, or is there a regional, is there a larger pot that the grant money comes from?
Like she said, yes, it's from we get our grants from the foundation. So I think the next grant cycle will be opened in September. So yes, because it's an annual grant for us, yes, we start in September. We apply in September, and yes, we apply in September, and then I think by January, then we can start can roll out, because the campaign starts from February, 1st of February to 31st of March.
I think that if respective communities want to participate, what you can do is look at your cycle, what works for you, because at the end of the day, you should be able to try and get some funds by January, so that in February, March, you can participate in the competition.
Sorry, I hope you're okay with the answer. Hello, is that okay?
We're just really confused right now. So partially, our confusion is that we're looking at someone did WikiLove's folklore in America, but it's in French, so we're kind of just trying to puzzle it out over here. So that's what's happening over here. We're like, oh, someone tried to do it, but they didn't have any money, and we know that for the United States, we would get money from our RAPID grant out of the United States, but the question is, because you have an international prize, right? So basically, every country does their own local prize. So Italy would do Italy, and I guess Japan maybe would do Japan if Japan has a centralized thing. But since there's a bucket of international prizes, and I guess as organizers, you're out, I'm going to assume, out of the African region. Are you doing a master grant out of the Africa pot of funding from the foundation?
Let me try. So, I mean, you see most Africans here presenting, but the team is made of global representatives. So, as part of grant, like, you can choose whichever region, because it's a global competition that the grant comes from. So it's not really linked to like Africa kind of thing. Grant is like general for all. But then last year applicants were from Africa. Next year is going to change. So it's like that. But for the international prizes, they are fixed. Local communities can decide the prizes they want to give their communities. However, we will still give the international prizes across board. Yeah, so if we have 3 winners from US, so be it. We're going to give you all their worth. Yeah.
Okay, so on behalf of the international team, we say thank you very much for attending to this session. And we do have some posters and stickers and what have you, so please stick around and then have some before you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
hand if it's French-speaking country. So the first question is, have someone experienced, searching for a place on a map and was not able to find the place? Have you ever? Yes. Okay. The second question is, have you ever seen an information you searched on the map and then went to the place and found out that the information was wrong? Okay. So the third question is, have you ever, in your neighborhood or in your village or your community, like you wanted to see an information on the map that belongs to your community or neighborhood and you didn't find it and you wanted it to be on the map? Yeah, okay. So if for some reason some of you has not raised the hand, I'm pretty sure that if this didn't happen to you until now, I'm pretty sure that it will happen one day. So my name is Abdul. I am from Guinea. I am a member of OpenStreetMap community. I am the co-founder of Free Local Mappers, which is an NGO that promotes OpenStreetMap, open data, and the use of data for decision making in Guinea and West Africa. So that was the introduction. So we will go deep into what is OpenStreetMap. Actually, sorry. Okay, so OpenStreetMap is a community-driven platform such as Wikipedia, like we can call it Wikimap. So it's built by communities globally to enable everyone to contribute in updating the world map that is available for free, and that can be used for whatever purpose. But when I say whatever purpose, it's not like for the guys that are not very recommended, but yes, it can be used for so many purposes. Like it can be used by businesses, by NGOs. It can be used by government. So it can be used for a lot of things. So globally, we have as for July 2025, we have more than 10 millions of created accounts on OpenStreetMap to build this, to update this information or to add new information on the map. So if you have raised your hand, it will be nice for you to start thinking about contributing to OpenStreetMap. So how is OpenStreetMap inclusive? So the OpenStreetMap project is something that empower communities and amplified voices. For example, there are some places, the Earth is, let's say, huge. There are so many communities on, known communities on official maps, but there are some that doesn't exist on the map. It's like they doesn't exist, but they actually exist. Like those villages exist, those population, those communities exist. But we cannot see them, we cannot find them on the official maps. So this OpenStreetMap gives them the tools and the power to highlight themselves, to put themselves on the map, so that they can be found. So it's also integrate local knowledge by how. Let's say, for example, someone who is living in the desert, and someone who is living in the tropical places. Like I will take an example of a country like Chad and another country like Gabon. The difference will be what someone who is living in Chad know better the way you can identify a building or a path or a way or a waterway, because it may look different from there to someone who is living in Gabon, where there are vegetation, there are trees, and all of these. So the person in Chad will be able to put the right information on the map of his community than someone who is living somewhere else that may put wrong information. So that's why we really integrate that local knowledge of those that are living in those in the specific areas. So I will also talk about that practical application. So for example, you will see, let's say in the city of Nairobi, the settlements, like the neighborhoods, may be on the map. But when it comes to slums, maybe you cannot find it on the map. But it exists because people are living there, and they need to, like, people need to know that those are living there. So that are kind of things. Also, remote area in Africa where you will not find any roads, or if you find the road, maybe the quality of road you don't know how to access to it. Maybe you can just reach the place only by motorbike or by walking, or maybe by plane or that kind of thing. So these are some type of practical application that we have on OpenStreetMap. So so the real world impact, I will talk first about the disaster response. For example, the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti. So what happened is that we created in 2010, when that happened, the organizations need information, they need data to plan the activities in Haiti, but those information didn't exist in any world, in any other map when it comes to Google Maps or something else. So what we did was to create a global project where volunteers from all around the world could come and contribute, putting the buildings, the roads, and every infrastructure that could be identified with satellite imagery. Sometimes we use drone imagery to map those specific information on that map, and it helps those organizations to plan the activities and go on the field and do what they had to do as job. Another example is the Ebola outbreak in 2016 that happens in West Africa, but especially in my country because it started from my country. So what was one of the reasons the disease spreads quickly was that the village where it came from, the first person who had the disease, that village didn't exist in any map. So it would have been easier to put that village in quarantine, but no one knew how to get to that village. So what happened is that at that moment we also created a global project where people from around the world contributed in putting those information on the map, and then it helped the organizations to fight against the disease. So the second thing is about infrastructure planning. In Africa, for example, our cities grow quickly than the government strength to understand what is going on. Before the government do anything, we find out that yes, the population did whatever they wanted to do. So OpenStreetMap help us map those land uses and then put the information, give the information to the government, and then if they want to do something about that, they have the information and for free to do it. Something else is about humanitarian and development support. A lot of development organizations use those data in their day-to-day activities. Like they use those data to plan their activities on the field. And sometimes if they don't have OpenStreetMap, it will be difficult for them to get that information from somewhere else. So the sustainability. So something that will help OpenStreetMap to really be sustainable will be is the open licensing for the innovation. OSM is built on Open Database license, ODBL. So it can be used for various purposes. We also use it for environmental monitoring because when mapping the land use, it gives the information to organizations that otherwise, or communities that otherwise wouldn't have the means to have, to do like other kind of data collection that will ask them a lot of funds that they really don't have. And because they know their places, it will be easy for them to get those satellite imagery and map those information that will help them in monitoring their environment. And also the community-driven relevance, OpenStreetMap is built by communities locally, so and it doesn't ask a lot of means. Of course, we need internet. Of course, we need sometimes laptops and smartphones. But yes, it's something that can be easily that people can get easily. So OSM in Africa. So in Africa we have such as Wikimedia, working groups like Wikimedia communities. We have also several OpenStreetMap communities in Africa. For example, I will start by my own, which is Free Local Mappers in Guinea. We have OpenStreetMap community in Cote d'Ivoire, in Benin. We have Youth Mappers, which is a project that is implemented in different universities. We have also an organization called Humanitarian OpenStreetMap Team, which leads initiatives in Africa, and not only in Africa, but they do a lot of activities in Africa. So what are the different challenges we have right now? The addressing of local challenges. You know, something is OpenStreetMap is helping, you know, to address, like to put information in order to help address urban planning, disasters, help you know, identify public health like public health facilities, like let's say the road connectivities and such. So this is one of the big part of things that OpenStreetMap is helping to address local challenges we have in Africa, and also capacity building, because before those communities be able to create data, of course they know their localities, they know their communities, but they don't know how to create those data. So we train them on how to do it, and then they can contribute using you know, whatever means they have. If some, because there are some software using laptops, if some of them have laptops, they can use that. And we have a lot of tools that can be used offline, and then after all they can upload information on OpenStreetMap. So that is something very interesting that communities use. So technology and data quality. We have, as I was just saying, we have advanced mapping tools that we put in the hand of those communities that they use to collect information and to populate OpenStreetMap, and that they can use, that some other organization that will also use. Something else is the rigorous quality assurance. We have people, the same way as Wikimedia does, we have people that do the patrol and find out what are the type of information people are putting in, if that is the way it should be or not. We have also some tools that helps verify the quality, like the QA/QC of the data that are being putting in OpenStreetMap. And also there are some AI tools that have been developed to help the contributors and also those that verify the qualities, to make sure that they do a lot of jobs with less effort. So there are so many things around that are being developed in OpenStreetMap. So some challenges are, of course, the license and data compatibility, because sometimes you can get data from some sources and it's kind of difficult to, you know, to license it, or the compatibility on OpenStreetMap platform can be a little bit challenging. Also, there is something about inclusivity in contributors. Of course, it's inclusive. The philosophy behind it is inclusive, but sometimes when it comes to people in some specific places where there is no internet and they want to contribute on information on their communities, it's very difficult for them to be able to do so. So it will be nice if we can find some ways they can have access to that wherever they are, and they put information that belong to them in on the map. So also addressing the digital divide. So it's kind of the same thing. Like they don't have access to a lot of tools as everyone, so it's sometimes difficult to them for them to contribute. So the future of OpenStreetMap. So those AI and machine learning integration, for example, is one of the things that is helping OpenStreetMap build bring a lot of information on the map, update the information. Something also is about this will be strengthening the global network, and also the open, inclusive, and sustainability of OpenStreetMap is also something. Like the fact that it's really open, it's kind of the philosophy is the inclusiveness and the sustainability of it will really help OpenStreetMap to go further. So, thank you. Question?
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. Thank you so much for everything that you shared. I wanted to ask you something that relates to inclusivity for those who come from marginalized communities, as you were presenting earlier, right? I also come from the OpenStreetMap community. I co-founded GeoChicas, which is like women mappers, feminist women mappers, actually. And I wanted to understand, like, for example, in your specific context, how is it that you are bringing in those communities, like, for example, women who have faced substantially more material and symbolic barriers for them to actually enter this world, so this specific ecosystem of work. So how is it that you with your group are like doing something around bringing them in, and how is it that you're creating a place where they feel safe and that they feel like that they can work and be of also like volunteers and supporters?
Thank you for the question. I will take an example. We have an NGO in my country called the leaders, like the young leaders, or the young women leaders of the country. It's an NGO that fights against all kind of violences against the women. So what we do actually is to collaborate with that NGO and other NGOs during different type of activities, like, for example, the Women's Day or that kind of celebrations, where we identify places. For example, we have a huge percentage of female genital mutilation in my country, like something around 99%. So sometimes we identify the places where that is happening, and because they know those places, we invite those ladies to come and then talk about that and identify those places and then map those places together. So that is a kind of example how we bring them into OpenStreetMap community. Any other question? Okay, so thank you so much for attending this, and have a good rest of the conference.
me? Okay. So, my name is Jenny Lee. I'm one of the co-founders of Wikiportraits, and the people over there with mics are going to introduce themselves very quickly.
Hello, I'm Kevin Piravi, aka user Superhamster. I've been a Wikimedian since 2007, hobbyist photographer, and also one of the co-founders of Wikiportraits.
Hi, my name is Zafer from Wikimedia Turkey, and I'm also, since 2007, I'm Wikimedia volunteers, and I also joined very new to Wikiportraits since May. And
hi, I'm Rosie. I've been a Wikipedia editor since 2007, an admin since 2009, and I became a Wikiportraits photographer in February.
Okay, so I'm just going to walk through sort of our year in review, I guess, and then we can take questions. So and then sort of the missing one is Andrew Lee, who's a spiritual leader, but also has his own presentation probably, either before, after, or during right now. So Wikiportraits was founded with the mission to improve the photos of people and cultural events on Wikimedia, specifically on Commons. And some of the events that we've been able to send people to over the last year, thanks in large part to rapid grants from the foundation, include the Nobel Prize, which took place for us in Stockholm in Sweden and Oslo, Norway. We sent 6 Wikiportraits photographers from a mix of Germany, Canada, USA, and that was supported by the foundation. So these are some of our before and afters of the Nobel laureate. This is John Jumper. That first image of him is from like a screenshot from like a Zoom seminar. This is one of our other Nobel laureates. This is David Baker, who has a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Another event that we were able to send a lot of photographers to is Eurovision, and that was supported by Wikimedia Switzerland. And we sent 4 photographers, 2 from Switzerland, 1 from Poland, 1 from the USA. And it's super fun because it's Eurovision. Like, how could you not take amazing pictures of Eurovision? So those are some of our photographers and some of the photos that they have taken. And for fun, we also sent people to Cannes Film Festival, which is by far like one of the most highly productive, well-run kind of places to take very famous people in rapid succession. And so we've sent many photographers at this point between Germany, France, US, Canada, and again supported by the foundation. We were very lucky because we were able to get credentials for our photographers, and they specifically for the red carpet. This is, this is the winner of the Palme d'Or that we were able to sort of shoot. And we were also able to do specific like studio work for people who weren't on the red carpet, which is fun. Art Basel, which has happened, we had photographers from Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, and USA. Again, thanks to the generosity of Wikimedia Switzerland. And this is actually Vera, who won Wikimedia Media Contributor of the Year, I think, who came to Switzerland from the Netherlands. And then it's always fun. There's not only is there like physical art, there's also like, I don't even know what you call this kind of art, performance art at Art Basel. And most recently we partnered with AfroCrowd to send people to the Essence Festival, which is a big Black cultural festival in New Orleans, and had a number of new photographers who hadn't been with Wikiportraits before. And
it was interesting because unlike most of the events we took photos of previously, for Essence Festival, since the 90s, we had 2 photos on Commons from Essence Festival over the last several decades. So that was one of the big gaps we were able to fill in collaboration with AfroCrowd.
yes, and not only that, it's now called Essence Festival, and it was once called Essence Music Festival. I think it changed the name in 2016, but the page on Wikipedia had not been updated. So one of the things that we were able to do when we go to the events is sort of update a lot of the articles that are kind of in conjunction with the event. So, and we do lots more. There's support. We've gotten some funding from Wikimedia UK, Italy, Canada, and Norway. Thank you so much. And just all of these could be you if you are a photographer yourself. There is John, who's in the back. And actually right now, as we speak, we have between 4 and 6 photographers in Locarno, Switzerland, shooting Locarno Film Festival. So we also do a Wikiportrait studio, which we've done we've done here. We've also done at South by Southwest and Sundance, where we actually pose and have people take photos. So here are some of our other kind of greatest hits of before and after from our events. This is from, I think we did this at the National Book Award. And as I mentioned, these are some of the sort of studio photos that we've done. Okay, so, but we're not just about people who are already photographers. In fact, Rosie's one of our best examples of someone where we start with what camera should I buy? So there's a lot of mentoring and teaching. In fact, here is John helping one of the photographers that we worked with here in Kenya as we did a Wiki Portrait Studio activation. And we teach them both how to use a camera, but also like how to upload onto Wiki in all of its in all of its personalities and such. And we partner with the Wikimedia New York City to do a Wiki Curious event, which really is starting from scratch, like people who are new to the Wikiverse and using photography as a way to onboard them. Because we basically have a very strong hypothesis that given what we know about all the statistics about registration of editors and administrators and just readers, that photography is actually one of the most kind of obvious lanes to bring in new contributors into the Wikiverse. So we've acted on many different ways because a lot of the photographers that we're bringing on are not existing Commons photographers, though some of them are. A lot of them are just photographers that found us because we've been written about in the BBC and the Die Zeit, which is a big German publication, and also 404 Media. So the key thing about Wiki Portraits is we meet people where they are. So if you are a professional photographer and you've already done a lot of red carpets, that is awesome. And do you want to go to the Venice Film Festival? Because we need someone who can take 12 days off and shoot the Venice Film Festival. Or, are you a student and you are very earnest, but you might not have the best photography equipment? We can work with you in all different kinds of ways. So, and also with Wikimedians, existing Wikimedians who are strong editors but may not have already kind of learned the nuances of working with the cameras, we will have that conversation with you. And we are not just about photos, though clearly that's our dominant path. We also teach photographers to edit and editors to photograph. So with some of our, the photographers come on, they want to add their photos to the pages of the concerts that they've shot. They also then want to edit a little bit more. So we actually have like a sister project, which is a very intense training that teaches people not just how to edit in the editathon, kind of like, oh, let me register for you, but it teaches them how to walk through the process of getting a whole page from scratch. Because we think that the way that we work and go to in the kinds of events that we go to and the specific people we take photos of are a good systematic way to examine knowledge gaps and then to address them. So this is B. Oh, this is real fun. So B is one of our editors, trained as of July last year. Now, as of this week, has broken 400 new articles on Wikipedia English. So is now maybe in the top 2,000 or 2,000 and change editors in terms of number of pages created. Was an editor, and then we taught B how to take photographs. In fact, I think Kevin helped him choose Canon as their vertical. And so some of the articles out, then we started deciding we should count how many articles we've helped with. So we now have a Wiki Portraits article template that says this article is created or significantly improved as part of Wiki Portraits. And essentially there are maybe 100, we've done at least 150 articles, maybe more. So just to be clear, Wiki Portraits is not the first kind of project that has gone to events and taken photos. And in fact, Kevin will highlight some of other projects done by other Wiki affiliates around the world.
Yeah, Wikimedia Deutschland, I'm sure there's some of you in the room. They're probably one of the most notable examples. They've been doing this for years and years and years, sending photographers to cover festivals like Festival Summer, and they're I don't know if I can say that word, but that's basically the parliamentary project to take photos of politicians. Wikimania Ghana user groups, they had a great 500 notable people photo campaign, and also cover the African Games, which is amazing. We just met one of them last night, and we're discussing if we can, maybe in the future get them to the Olympics. Wikimedia Sweden and many other affiliates also have programs to credential photographers from their countries. And we created a page on MetaWiki called Wiki Covers Events, where we've been trying to kind of catalog all these efforts around the world to send wiki photographers to cover events. The kind of gap Wiki Portraits is trying to do is helping photographers in regions who might not have an affiliate who can help them with credentialing, or we collaborate with affiliates who might have that process, and then we help send even more photographers to these types of events. Yeah.
Yes. I realize we have stickers to give out. They're in my backpack, but don't leave without getting a good Wiki Portraits branded sticker in all different languages. So if you're already a Commons photographer or contributor, like what do we provide, given that you're probably doing something similar already? So one is we provide you badges. So Kevin really wanted a badge printer, so we got a badge printer. And with little holographic stickers, we now can make basically Wiki Portraits badges on behalf of Commons photographers. This is a very excited person, Jonas, a friend of ours. This is from Essence Festival. Sherry heads Afro Crowd. Again, someone who is already deep into Wikiverse but had not photographed, so we kind of paired her with a mentor and sent her to a bunch of red carpets and photographers that were recommended to us but are new to Wikiverse and now are in it. They are deep in it. This is Saul, who now heads our Wiki Portraits music category, of which there is a lot. We actually have a lot of people going to concerts, not just Eurovision, but sort of local concerts, and Saul is very key in getting us credentialed through very insistent kind of writing to the publicists and the promoters and all that. In fact, just yesterday, Kevin made badges for 2 people who are already very active on Commons. The other thing we can do is credential and assignment letters. So we have a template, because we basically can argue with fervid passion that we've uploaded 20,000 photos over the last, since beginning of 2024. Those photos collectively are seen between 100 million and 200 million times monthly, so well over 1 billion times per year across over 20,000 pages on almost 200 wikis across at least 150 different languages. So our statistics are really strong, and then when you go and you try to get credentials and they ask you like, what is the readership of your publication? We can say like with confidence 2 billion monthly, right? And then also say the statistics of the photos that we have been instrumental in uploading. So it's really nice because we can go to red carpets and sometimes you'll see the little Wikipedia kind of label, which a lot of people actually get really excited about when they're photographed. This is at the Seattle Film Festival, Seattle International Film Festival, which was great because like we just like helped them get letters, they applied, they like self-organized. We had very little to do with the logistics, which is unlike, Cannes or Venice or something, and they were off and running in part because there's a very strong presence of Wikimedians in sort of the Pacific Northwest of America. And other people, we helped people get credentials in Tribeca, did very little, they were off and running. We also helped at South by Southwest London, which is the first South by Southwest London this year, and also got press passes for folks. And yay, and Rosie, there is Rosie, who also has been very active in credentialing at different events, including dance, poetry, literary festivals, and then folks doing sports out of Norway. So the other thing we can do is equipment exchange. Wait, actually, did I skip one? No, okay. Equipment exchange, which is, I don't know what order I'm in, but one of the things we can help you with is email aliases. Let me think. And then, okay, now we have equipment exchange. Because there's a lot of used equipment floating around between our photographers. We can sometimes help people who are newer get photography equipment for all different kinds of ways. Jesus Christ. Boop. Okay. And in fact, Zafar can speak to has a new lens in part
Yeah, I'm usually taking the basketball match photographs, and in Turkey, and also in some of international events. And my lens is the 70 300 millimeters, but it was a 5.6 f. And thanks to Wikiportrait, we have one new lens for the 2.8 f. It will be better photos for the next season in the basketball match, and because the lights is the very difficult. Some venues in the Turkey, the small venues lights is very bad, and then if taking the good equipment, it could be take a good result for the photos.
Yeah, so basically faster lens, better photos. Like we basically have discovered that higher quality equipment is maybe like 90% of what helps you get a good photo, and therefore it's well worth the investment. So we buy the lenses or borrow the lenses, and then we can long-term lend to photographers who are very active. And then on the right is a lens that Andrew Lee, a former or current, I guess, Wikimania laureate, has brought to Kenya and then lent or long-term lent to Vera, who again was the media contributor of the year this year. And then software.
Something we're also starting to do is software development. In addition to kind of like scripts and tools we're creating to derive statistics, we created a new website called Commons Gallery, and you can visit it by going to commons.gallery. That's the domain name. And the idea was basically photographers like to upload their photos to sites like Instagram or Flickr that kind of have a very nice UI that lets them kind of showcase their media. Wikimedia Commons, on the other hand, it's kind of like media kind of shoehorned into MediaWiki, which is text first, right? And it's not the most amazing interface to view images with. So what Commons Gallery allows Commons users to do is create these kind of more media-rich galleries on a separate platform and get a nice shareable portfolio link. So that's useful for our photographers who need to submit portfolios for credentialing, but it can be a great site just to make personal portfolios. It could be useful for affiliates who want to kind of showcase their work with GLAMs, et cetera.
WikiLoves.
Yeah, WikiLoves.
All the WikiLoves things. You can also make very fun albums. Like we have one, it's worth looking at. It's photos, no, okay. Images that are used on Wikipedia biographies of living people that are not photos of humans. So it's either drawings, there's one that's like a wax sculpture. There are things like, sometimes people will just use like, there's a Iraqi playing card thing from the missing like military folks that's also used as a bio. So it's a very fun kind of activity, even for people who are not themselves Commons photographers. The other thing that we can provide, because we have we got our first big grant from the foundation, is travel support to events. They tend to be smaller, or the kind of larger kind of projects that we do, like the Nobel Prizes or Venice, we'll bring people who are experienced photographers in order for them to shoot some notable events. So for example, Wojciech, who is from Poland, already had a grant from CEE, and because we had gotten the larger grant from the Wikimedia Switzerland, we were able to help house him in a place that was closer in rather than having to commute. And then he was able to use some of his extra money from that grant in order to rent a very powerful lens for Eurovision. So the other thing that we provide is community, both virtual and in real life. We have very, very active WhatsApp groups. We probably have at this point 30 of them, and they they span events and locations, plus languages. We have Espanol and French at this point. And then we also have different kind of categories of music and gear, people nerding out about gear. So here is just some of our group photos. This is in Paris. These are the folks who are in Locarno this week. This was in London during South by Southwest London. This was at Art Basel. And This is fun. We have like other fun groups like Wiki Sportraits, which are basically people who take photos of sports. Here are some of our before and after of our sports photos, which we are somewhat proud of. And then we have a very special, one of our actually most kind of exciting categories is what I would call Wiki Popetraits. So after the Pope, Leo the 14th, was announced, there was no good contemporary photo of him on Wiki. We basically had like a photo, I think back when he was like a bishop, it was from the side from Chicago. So through like very, very much hunting down people on Twitter who were taking photos, we did find someone who was able to take photos of the Pope, who was credentialed for a Catholic newsletter, or Catholic, actually not newsletter, Catholic news website, and hadn't really experienced too much photography, was shooting only in JPEG, and we were like, can you also add RAW to the photos that you're taking so you can get higher quality photos that we can then adjust? So now the photos that he has taken were viewed probably over 50 million times across all the wikis in the month of May. So it's a very good way to be, as a photographer who just started out, to have your photos seen on the front page of like English Wikipedia, French Wikipedia, Romania Wikipedia. So what's really nice is actually one of our other photographers has Pope photos from before. So our Wiki Popetraits category is not of just the current Pope, but past Popes as well, which is great. And so if you have any questions, you can ask them now. You can also sign up to be a volunteer. And then I put all of the credits for the photos in one lump at the bottom as opposed to page by page like Kevin tends to do. So questions, we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's go. And then Kevin can start answering questions while I go get my stickers out.
I have some here too. Yes, over there.
Hello, I'm a commons photographer, and I really would like to have such a badge. Where can I get it?
I am gonna be probably in the outdoor space this afternoon with my badge printer, so come find me. Although I have a session at 2 p.m., so we'll see. Fill out this form, the volunteer form, and we'll connect with you, and I'll print you a badge.
Thank you.
These badges are fun because, like, even if we're not formally credentialed for an event, like, the organizers will see this badge and go, "Oh yes, press right this way," right? So
right this way, and it's a very good way because sometimes I don't know what I'm allowed to say. So sometimes we'll have like only a limited number of people who are credentialed for an event. So Cannes gave us only 3, Venice only gave us 3, but we have like 6 photographers. So we'll like kind of arm them with this, and that will often help just enough. And so here, I just want to show our stickers. We spent a lot of time. So for all of Wiki Portraits, kind of, it's a Wiki Portrait logo, but also in all the different languages from the globe. So at the end, if you want special ones, please come. Actually, we found someone from Ethiopia who took all the Ethiopian ones, and then people who were Thai. So we're very excited when people get excited by all of this, because we had a photographer who was also a designer put them together for us.
In the last 39 seconds, for those of you who are new and you're used to taking really good photos with your iPhone, this is a shout out to you. I used to be that person, but I got wiki curious regarding Wiki Portraits. And I'm just delighted to say that there was so much help in what camera should I buy, what lens should I buy, what second lens, what third lens. I went down that rabbit hole, and I love that what I do is attend literary festivals, and I take photos of authors who are delighted to have their photo taken for Wikipedia. So I encourage you, if you're curious, learn more.
Thank you. It was a great conclusion. It's time for the break. Please enjoy the break. It's an opportunity to meet with the wiki photographers and ask them for more questions. And we will resume here at 11:15 sessions about Wikimania. Thank you.
I'm not sure, can we show the slides on the here? There is an Etherpad. Helpful. Thank you. So please help us with collecting the feedback in the Etherpad. I know you're all Wikipedians or all Wikimedians. You know how to do this. I'm counting on you. This is going to be a conversation. It's not going to be me or us just presenting to you a lot. We'll just start with a few introductions to give a little bit of context, but then we'll move forward to give you a better sense of like where we're going. So the agenda for today is first we'll give you a little bit of context of like what does our environment look like. Then we'll move forward to a conversation. So then I'll try to get some feedback on like where are we now, our current situation, and then how we can improve going forward. So the context is that currently these are the three main things I think that we currently do, right? So we do streaming, doing it better and better, right? So year after year we're improving the way that we're doing streaming, improvement. And the big thing that really shifted the way that we're performing in this was our the big involuntary in 2020. That made a lot of change. I think. Can
Maybe
I
you'll
switch
have
the mic, please?
better luck with this one.
Okay. So the involuntary move online really forced us to be better at these things. So we had 2 years of like a lot of just online. And after that, we made a lot of effort as in Wikimania organizers to really stream well. And now we're trying to get better and better in also engaging people online. For that, in the last years, we've worked a lot with EventJ. But maybe I'll quickly ask to the other people up front here, Elena, who is maybe you can describe to her. Elena does so much. I always find it hard to describe like what exactly is her role. But Elena is responsible for the program, is responsible for all the things online, basically. Can you describe a little bit like what is the vision that you have with regards to what Wikimania is able to do right now and where we're headed?
Totally. And thank you for not specifically asking me to describe my role, because I actually can't either. Hi, everyone. So, this is our third year working with EventJ for Wikimania. And we've already done a lot of work, just like kind of Mario and I on a day-to-day, implementing new features and things like that. When we started working with EventJ in 2023 in Singapore, we really were just streaming there. It was just the live event. People could join the live event, chat. That was the whole thing. But over the years, we've incorporated more and more functionality and more components into EventJ to try to, over the medium term, make it a one-stop shop, not just for Wikimania organizers, but also for organizers of regional events around the Wikimedia movement. Like, that is really our vision of what we want to accomplish. So what we've done in the last couple of years, we first built on a ticketing component so that you could do the registration on EventJ and join the live event directly through the registration you did there. We built in a programming component so that speakers could apply for sessions through EventJ. We could receive them there, we could evaluate the sessions, we could select sessions directly on EventJ, and then use EventJ to do all of our speaker management up through the event. This year, we also implemented Wikimedia SSO, which was a big thing that had been requested over the last couple years. It was a good amount of work. I'm curious, who in this room used their Wikimedia SSO to register for Wikimania this year? I did.
Okay, quick check. Who doesn't know what SSO means? Okay.
Some of the people who used it didn't know what it meant. Okay, interesting. Single sign-on, so now you're able to just click, use your Wikimedia login directly, and register for the event using your Wikimedia login. You don't have to create a separate account. So that was a big build we did for this year. And just looking forward to continuing to build things out. I think we're going to try maybe to incorporate the scholarships process into EventJ. So that's kind of the last big workflow that we have outside of EventJ currently. And just continue to improve the functionality of the live event as well. Like we added recently reactions in the chat. So you can write, but you can also react to things. But it would be cool to just give online participants some more interactive tools to interact with other people online and also in person. So that's kind of the longer term vision that we have. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mario.
Yeah, I have to add a lot, but let's see like what Ludwig has planned.
Yeah, Mario, can you tell us a little bit more about Evenche? Like, what is it open source? Is it closed source? And who is behind that community? And what does your scope look like?
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have too much time in this session, but I can try to wrap up a few things. So people asking where does it come from, right? So basically, I was based many years in Asia, Singapore and so on, and we have the FOSS Asia community in Asia. So FOSS Asia was always looking for a lot of tools. It's running since 2009, and back in the days we didn't really have a lot of open source components out there to organize events. But of course, every year, just like here at the Wikimania, people say, oh, why are you still using this proprietary tool? Yeah, and so of course, like we know this thing that many developers, they can maybe develop some software and they can make it run on their machine and they can make it run for themselves. But actually to make it run for everyone and cover all the edge cases, all the issues that some people might have who use maybe another font or who use another language, and then suddenly it doesn't work and so on. So there are always, whatever you develop, there are a lot of edge cases. So we were able to solve a lot of edge cases with...
That were maybe not fully...
So I think what has been very good this session, or this Wikimania, has been the extra work that's been done to have specific online content. So I know I've been part of it, but I think it's been really amazing to have like individual interviews to try and bridge the gap between the in-person experience and then because otherwise it's just people sitting watching a screen rather than actually being able to feel like they're part of the event.
Well, I'd like to, first of all, make a compliment, because let's say the truth. We have, in those 3 years, we have a tool, a Wikimedia tool. It's open source. It's developed by, in the frame also of collaborations. It serves Wikimania, but it can also serve other events. So how about a round of applause for this? So well done. This is my first thought, and thank you. I think really also the challenge is also how to really use it for the entire community, and I really like the plan of working on it. I really like also how we can access the slide while we are looking at the other presentation. So there are also some features that I really enjoying, and also having an archive of content. This is also something that very useful. Also, I think another issue is how we archiving content. So how we can make sure that there is a permanent archiving system, or a way that we can count on this content, because we are generating content. We're edited in a way that is better than before. We have those presentations. This is our resources that we need to be able to cite also. And to
like for remote-only content?
Sorry, maybe I'll get your question again.
Sorry, so you've been in the room for a lot of these remote-only sessions. Can you say a little bit maybe like how you see, what your feeling was when you were seeing those, and how you envision the future for remote content in a conference like Wikimania?
Oh yeah, I think most of it we have tried to make sure that people can be able to have access to the content here. But one beauty of like what we're enjoying at the moment is that we can be able to interact within ourselves as people who are here. I see one space that we have not really given enough is for also online participants to be able to interact within themselves. I see that one has also been missing a little bit. We have tried as much as possible to see that the online participants can interact with the content. So we're happy we can stream this. We have the village pump, which is good. But I feel like amongst themselves also that could be an opportunity for them to network. And also maybe another opportunity is beyond the content. If, you know, there was this weird idea called the portal. So a portal whereby also us who are available who are just also participants could be able to also interact with online participants. There are chances whereby you can leave for us the camera here and we can just talk to people who are also online. There could be chances to just increase on the connectivity. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that input. And I think we're almost done with time, but I want to see if there's any question, any feedback from online. Benoit in the back, maybe. Do you have access again? Yes. No, of course they missed like half the sessions because of the blackout. And then I will give it to Yolanda.
Just two little things. So I completely agree that we also have the problem that we don't perceive the presence of the online when we are offline, so in the venue. So having maybe a computer, a volunteer with a specific T-shirt that reminds us of the people that are online, or something that symbolically help us to connect to a community, because it is indeed quite weird that we don't really acknowledge their presence probably in the right way. And the second issue, I think video recording and the online participation within the conference. I think this is something that we can also improve. For example, we could also imagine a Wikimania session before Wikimania with some of the recording and devoting some time specifically to people that will present online. Because this combination of online, offline within the venue, it's problematic, it's not working properly, so we are a bit disappointing to see a recording when we enter the room, and at the same time we don't provide enough attention to people that made their video. So maybe this one could be also planified in a different way, maybe with a devoted time for the online contribution.
That ties very nicely into what Romeo was saying, like also encourage the exchange between online and online, and not everything through the offline venue. I think we're at
Thank you all.
We are transitioning now, right?
Yeah. Transition.
You stay live. Thank you, Mario.
By the way, just in case if you're free to interject in the conversation. Sometimes So while we're waiting for our, are we complete already? Okay. Okay, join us, whoever, Andrew, whoever's, there's one vacant seat for the steering committee. So welcome guys to our session, the future of Wikimania. So I would like to request everyone, including online, to go to w.wiki/qdk. Yeah. So or if you want the whole word, that's the 2025 future of Wikimania. Yeah, so I would like to request everyone, while the session is ongoing, the Etherpad have some questions at the bottom. Please feel free to answer those questions. And then if you have questions, feel free also to post your questions at the bottom of the Etherpad. So at least we also encourage the online participants. Yeah, online participants to be engaged as well, because we value your answers. And the agenda for today, we would like to show you the Wikimania Steering Committee. I think you are interested to know their faces, since we are also celebrating the 20 years of Wikimania. We will also ask reactions or reflections from our recent hosts, our visions for the future, and co-creating the future. So essentially, this topic will be more on of a strategic thinking of our future, of our annual gathering. So these are the faces of the Wikimania Steering Committee. So probably you might saw them. You didn't notice that they are steering committee. Some of them have hosted the previous conferences. You saw Lodivike earlier. He's now acting as the chair of the Wikimania Steering Committee. Could you stand up for a while for those who just, yes. So I'm Butch Bustria, who are in Singapore 2023. I'm now the vice chair. We have also Andrew. Andrew, okay. Florence, could you stand up for a while?
Andrew
they
is
know
editing
they're
right
here. I don't know if Phoebe, and then Ivan there, Eric, Nagara's online, and she might be online. Wojciech, I don't know if he's sleeping. So I would like to give a shout out also to the Wikimedia Foundation who are helping us. Mayor, could you please stand up? Could you just wave? Yeah, and then Elena. Yeah, there. Big. Everything has changed throughout the years. The foundation is really helping the community improve our annual gathering. So the functions of this Wikimania Steering Committee is basically, if my understanding recalls me right, they started just as a jury, but throughout the years they are now shifting towards setting the policy of Wikimania. They are also traditionally soliciting and reviewing proposals for hosting Wikimania. We also doing some oversight and review of recent and current, and then the succeeding hosts of Wikimania. And we are also making sure that the best practices and also lessons are well documented and passed over to future hosts of Wikimania. So if you're interested to know more in detail, the link is in the bottom, CJFW. So, trivia. Wikimania started on 5th of August 2005. That means that we're now 20 years and 4 days now. So by stroke of coincidence, when the Kenyan team, the Nairobi team had finalized the date, it coincided with the exact 20th anniversary of Wikimania. So big shout out to the Nairobi team for getting the right dates right. So for the benefit of our online attendees, these are one of the pictures displayed on our wall of memories. So you could remember the sessions happened in Frankfurt. If you're interested to know in detail, there's a podcast interview that happened last night. I heard that there was an infamous router that was taped on the wall. And then the globe that was passed around. And then the orchestra of Gdansk. I don't know if I pronounce it right. And then the Hong Kong, where we went to the top of that skyscraper for the ceremony. And then Mexico City, but actually that's the very first time that I've experienced a high altitude Wikimania. Of course, the Isinolario, just to trivia, the competitor of that 2016 is Manila. But we're not disheartened why we're not there. Just to debunk the myth that we boycotted Wikimania 2016. And then we finally got a Wikimania on Cape Town for Sub-Saharan Africa, and then we know that we're starting to shift to a more future thinking focus on Stockholm, on the UN development goals in Stockholm. So yeah, I mean, online. That is actually unexpected, but actually that is one of the reasons why we drew a lot of attendees in Wikimania, because we went online. And then we expanded the Wikimania through satellite locations. As you see right now, there are Wikimedians who are celebrating in satellite locations, printed their banner, have there's some sort of a mini Wikimania in each part of the world. And then we returned to Singapore. You saw me there. I'm sorry for the cosplay. We didn't expect it, but I think you all enjoyed it. And now we shift our focus to our recent host, which is Katowice. So I have prepared questions for them. Sorry. So we would like to know what are the best practices that you have introduced or adopted that you wish future hosts to continue, and to conjunct on that one, what are the ideas or practices future hosts suggest that they do henceforth that you wish you could have done in your edition but not able to do due to lack of material time or oversight? So probably I'll start with Maciej.
Hi everyone, my name is Maciej Nadzikiewicz. I currently sit on the Board of Trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation, but I have been one of the organizers of Wikimania 2024 in Katowice last year. Thank you very much of all of you who came, and I hope you had fun in Poland. It's been great reconnecting with some of you here in Nairobi. To answer the first question from Butch, what are the things we have implemented, which I believe should be continued and were good, even though may not look so at the first sight, is Wikimania Katowice was the first Wikimania that has had an increased security. We have worked hard to make sure that the venue was only to the use of our attendees. Not that we hate cosplayers that were overbooked with us in Singapore, but it was really important for us that the entire venue where the conference is happening, all the conference rooms, the opening ceremony, was only for the use of attendees of Wikimedia. As you may know, the world is now a bit of a different place than it was in 2005. Wikipedia and Wikimedians face different challenges and difficulties that they did just a few years ago, and making sure that every participant knew that they are secure, that they can participate in the event with knowing that everybody who's there is also a fellow Wikimedian and they can speak more freely, was important to us. I know that some of you have complained about back checks. Unfortunately, this was one of the things that we had to do to ensure that only our people and safe people had access to the venue. I'm glad to see that this has been continued this year. We are also, you see the situation here in Nairobi, but we are still having people who are making sure that only Wikimedians can enter here, that we have ticketed people who have gone for some sort of checking to make sure that the event is happening safe. Everybody can speak what they want, everybody can have fun with their friends without worrying of what can be. We know that some of the conferences we've had in the past have had some challenges, and I'm glad we are all learning from our past mistakes, and that I hope that this has continued in Nairobi. I hope it will continue in Paris, that everybody can have fun and be safe.
Okay, and Romeo for the 25 team.
Yeah, my name is Romeo, and right now I sit as the co-lead of the communications as part of the organizers for the Wikimania 2025 here in Nairobi. I guess one of the things that we really try to put a little focus inside is to make sure what you have mentioned is to make sure that Wikimania is both safe but also memorable. Yeah, so it's also safe but also memorable. And this is why, at least when you see a little bit, maybe around the rooms or probably even up to your lanyards, we're trying to make something as detailed as possible to see that everything we're trying to do is actually focused to see that you can have something memorable. I guess we could have had a lot of lanyards from different conferences, but I have a feeling you're going to treat this different. Because come on, this is a bid. It was made by different types of people, and people sat down to put a lot of efforts in it. So we're trying as much as possible to see that when you leave Nairobi, you really have something that attaches you back to this specific Wikimania. And I really hope, and you can see from all the previous Wikimanians, there's always been a different semblance towards memory, and this we're also trying to make a little bit different. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. By the way, I really like the beads because that makes me calm, and sometimes I get nervous, so I twist the beads. So, we're now going to Paris. So I would like to introduce Adelaide for the 2026 team. There is a vacant chair here. Ravi, could you please return if you want? Or Phoebe, yeah? Yeah, so, by the way, without spoiling the presentation at the closing ceremony, okay, what are the things that you wish to convey to our audience now on the event or organizational or management side of Paris of 2026?
I think one of the very striking things for Paris is that we have an enormous COT, and it's very international. Because Wikifranca has been a reality in the Wikimedian Francophone world for now 10 years, and because French-speaking Wikimedians are really used to working together and organizing conferences together, we have a big pool of people who know how to do program, how to do scholarship, and we're really drawing on them. We have people from Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Benin, who have and are organizing regional conferences. People from the north of Africa who've done Wikindaba, who've gone several times, who've done regional conferences. So we're really drawing on that, which is why we have 18 members in the COT. And yeah, I'm really happy about the fact that such an international team is bound by friendship and by common mutual support, and that it's going to be very nice working alongside them for a year.
Thank you, Adelaide. Do you feel the pressure that there is a high expectation now for Paris?
Absolutely. There's a high expectation for fun, I think, for celebration, for discovering the city, and we'll do our best to show you guys why and how we love our city, why and how we criticize it sometimes as well. You know the French, there's always something to be improved. So yeah, we're really happy to be sharing it with you, and very open as well to your input. I think one of the reasons that we had much more time than other editions to prepare for this, we've known for 2 years now, and that
I think allows us as well to incorporate your input and to open up the conversation and listen to what you guys would like to do in Wikimania. So I think we also have our own agenda, of course, but yeah, we're very interested to know what you want to do.
Thank you. So I think it will be best if I give this to Phoebe. I think she's the best communicator on how to tell you about 2027.
She's also very good at coming up with things on the spot.
Unplanned, like much of Wikimania. Wikimania is always spontaneous. 2027, we are looking forward to it very much. We will make a public announcement in the coming months, is what I can tell you, and we are excited. And the reason that you know, the process takes some time is because it's a conversation between the foundation, the volunteers, the teams who are interested, the steering committee, which I am a member of, by the way. I'm Phoebe Ayers. I'm a long-term member of the steering committee and former chair, or vice chair. And so anyway, we have a long conversation over the period of many months while we are in the process of planning this conference and thinking ahead to the next conference. And so in general, the steering committee is trying to get on a 2-year cycle. So we are looking ahead always 2 years. That is in contrast, for those of you who have been around for a long time, to previous Wikimanias in previous years, where we have planned it much more tightly on a 1-year schedule. 2 years or more gives us the advantage that we can think about things. We have time to make good plans, and it's not so stressful for the organizing team. So in the coming months, we will make an announcement, and then, do you want me to talk about the call, or you will do that later? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I will continue on behalf of the steering committee. I will say Lodewijk Singh over here in the front row is the current chair of the committee, Butch, you're the current vice chair. Andrew and I and several other people in the room, Florence I can see, are members. I don't know if Yvonne is here. Here, yeah. And so together, for those who are interested in potentially having a Wikimania in your area, these are the criteria that the committee looks at. We look at, is there a regional collaboration approach? This has been the case the last few years with CEE, and with Singapore, thank you, with Singapore and ECAP, and France as well, the Francophone communities. And so we look for a regional collaboration approach. We are fully hybrid now, right? Like, it's just a fact of life. We have a huge online audience. And we can answer questions about this too. This is part of this session. When we look for communities who are hosting, we don't need to know from you, the precise details. We don't need like a booked venue or something. In fact, that would be bad because there's lots of things to consider. But we do look at like, how easy is it to travel to the city for people from around the world? That includes visas, like, can you get a visa to go there? We look at things like safety, and then we start looking at like, okay, is there a place where you can have 1,000 of your closest friends, come together in one spot? But I would highlight the regional collaboration approach and then the team. Who is the local community? Who is there to make this event? This is not a one-person conference. It has never been a one-person conference. And I think everyone here can testify to you really need a strong team. So again, this is what we look at. If anyone is interested in future Wikimanias, exploring the idea, or you have a particular proposal, talk to any one of us, and we can, we have our contact information somewhere, I think. Online, but in the slides I meant. And you can talk to us. So I'll stop there and then we can see if there are questions.
Okay. So this will be an interactive session. So we, the Wikimania Steering Committee, would like to solicit feedback from you. I know that Etherpad is getting longer with a lot of comments. Thank you for the comments. We would like to still keep this within the theme of Wikimania 2025. So we would like to center 3 questions, but you can answer any one of them according to our theme. How do you envision Wikimania's role in bridging representation gaps and engaging marginalized communities? And how do we make it happen? If you are comfortable answering impact, what strategic changes or improvements do you suggest for Wikimania, for it to be the medium for scaling Wikimedia's presence and relevance globally? If you're comfortable answering sustainability, how will future Wikimania host teams and the Wikimedia Foundation address long-term challenges such as resource allocation to participating Wikimedians? Just to clarify that one, that includes scholarships and then also giving funds to affiliates related to Wikimania, either satellite events or bringing Wikimedians to the host location, and making it eco-friendly. So anyone would like, since these questions are already in Etherpad, you could either freely answer those questions there, or if anyone would like to answer, give some comments or answers, please raise your hand. Or probably, let's start with Mache.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to what Phoebe said earlier about having somebody local to organize a conference. Nobody from the COT 2024 has ever lived in Katowice or Krakow, but yes, a knowledge of the local country and language is required. So please keep that bare minimum. It will really much help you. I would never organize a conference in Paris. I don't speak French, although je parle un peu français, and that's all. No, but I wanted to answer the first question about inclusivity. Last year, we were very proud that over half of the attendees at Wikimania were first-timers. This was a bit because it was a first Wikimania in our region since the pandemic, since Stockholm. And the majority of our participants were also young Wikimedians, people who have been under the age of 35, people who have joined the movement several years after it has been formed. I was afraid that it's going to be a one-time thing. I'm glad it's not. I've heard that this year also, most of the attendees are first-time attendees to Wikimania. Some of them are to their first ever Wikimedia event. You may know Aramil Feraksa, who was the Functionary of the Year named during the opening ceremony. This is his first ever event for Wikimedians in person. So jumping to the deep water straight to meeting 1,000 enthusiastic people. Wikimania can bring to local people something that no other event can bring. Regional conferences, national conferences are great, but only at Wikimania there is a chance for a Wikimedian to meet people from other regions, sometimes from the other side of the world. When it happened in Singapore, there were many people from ECAP and from Asia that has never went to a global Wikimedia conference. When it happened in Poland, there were many people from our local region who joined. There were many people from Ukraine, for whom you may know it is very hard to leave their country, and we are glad many of them were able to attend, as they couldn't this year in so much numbers. Here I am glad I can see many people from Sub-Saharan Africa that could have also never went to any other regional conference. So, any other conference globally in Wikimedia. So this is the role of Wikimania in inclusivity, bringing some Wikimedia things that no other event, no other staff member, no other virtual convening can bring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And think this as a personal point of view inside the steering committee, strongly, that we are really advocating always to have like a secure city or a venue with the most secure conditions for everyone, for all the community to keep all the things inside a secure ambient. But I think in terms of inclusivity, there is an ongoing discussion always about the location of the, or about the perfect location of a Wikimania, because it's too many factors to consider, and maybe if we make an evaluation of the perfect city to have Wikimania, we will have 3 or 4 cities in the world, 3 or 4 countries in the world, and having like a short list of places that will be secure to have a Wikimania. And if we are a real global movement, we dream to having Wikimania in real many corners of the world, because the short list of secure places in the world is for sure Europe. What about Latin America? What about Asia? What about Africa again in other areas? So this is a real challenge that exceeds, I think, the reach of the Wikimedia movement. But let's only think and have in consideration that we as a steering committee, we will do the best, and the foundation team, to have a mix of diversity, because it means inclusivity to have a Wikimania in many parts that are not traditional. But we will do our best, or we have that a real challenge, choosing a secure location, accessible location, visa-friendly location, and that can be outside the traditional spots of the world. No? So that's a real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just want to check one reaction here online. They mentioned online hybrid aspects should be more tailored for sessions that work that format maybe should be over adjacent days. Okay, and then we also have a response here. We had viewing participation hubs in different countries. Maybe worth trying to do it again in the future, so people can locally gather and still get some in-person engagement rather than having travel long haul. Okay.
Yeah. So just a comment about that comment and possibly others. I think it's also important to remember Wikimania is obviously not our only conference in the movement, right? We have, I don't even know now, hundreds, dozens, hundreds. We have many regional conferences. And honestly, many of them are getting like kind of Wikimania-sized, you know? And so I think that's really important too. Like, we know we are a unique event, but we are not alone in the movement in bringing people together. And when I think about the challenge Yvonne raised, which is something that we talk about in essentially every meeting of the steering committee, I also think about the role that regional conferences can help play in bringing people together.
Thank you for all the comments that you have here, and I could not read it further because it's moving down and down. Another comment here: how are we planning to organize events in the region where Wikimania have never been organized, so that more number of participants will join in event in person?
We have Mayor Paul here, Director of Movement Communications, who can fact-check me on that. But I think that every region we have in Wikimedia has had a regional conference in the past. I was glad to attend the ICIAP regional conference earlier this year. It was great to see the energy of the local Wikimedians. They do a model which is a bit different from the CE to which I'm used to. The CE the CE region organizes a yearly conference, which has the same formula every year: gather people from many different communities to talk and discuss Wikimedia. In ICIAP, Butch will agree, the way it happens is that 1 year there is a conference to which almost everybody is invited. They can come and join Talk Wikimedia. And every other year there is a strategic summit for which the representatives of communities and affiliates invited to talk about more strategic matters, but also bringing people from different parts of the world together. And to add to what Phoebe said, like those conferences are happening. Also, many affiliates are organizing conferences locally. They're organizing conferences in their countries. In Warsaw, in Poland, there is an active community of people meeting in their local city. So if you cannot join Wikimania or regional conference, I invite you to join a local event. And from there, we hope that you will join us at Wikimania one day. Thank you.
I also wanted to respond to this about the question on could we organize a Wikimania in a place that has never hosted a Wikimania before. I think maybe what the person meant was a country rather than a region. But going back to this idea of having regional organizers, so a Wikimania that's not only organized by one country, but by their hub or by the region, I feel like that is a great way to capitalize on skills. This means that even if, and when, because it's bound to happen every year, when Wikimania moves to a country that's never organized a Wikimania before, they will have regional collaboration to fall back on where people have organized a Wikimania before. And I think that's really great. I mean, when you're looking at Wikimania for the first time, it is so vital to have can share their experience and share what it's been like and give you advice. If that can be in your region, if that can be from people you trust and know, that's even better.
Hi everyone, I'm Mayur. I'm at the Wikimedia Foundation. I wanted to talk about impact, and maybe Romeo, I can invite you into talking about some of the impact the 2025 conference is having, because I don't know if you're all familiar, Wikimedians across Africa came together to write the Africa Agenda. And within that Africa agenda, they talked about the need to sort of increase the number of African admins. They talked about the need for kind of better access to events for Africans. And I'm really happy to say that the COT this year made that happen in this conference. We have more participants from across Africa. I saw some of the photos from the Africa Baraza catch-up. And it was so amazing to see so many of our colleagues being able to gather in person. And also, Romeo, you were the team that for the first time hosted the Users with Extended Rights Day. And that kind of links to the agenda that you all had about, increasing the number of admins in Africa, bringing the global community to learn about the amazing work happening here. So if people haven't read on DIF, there was a blog yesterday published about all the amazing sessions that were led by our African colleagues. So Romeo, sorry to put you on the spot, but tell us about the thinking you all had in the design of this conference, how you're furthering the Africa agenda through it.
Oh yeah, so I think this whole conversation began even first of all about the geographical location of Nairobi itself. The fact that we can be able to come here as Africans and just don't need visa. Meaning we are just going to come together and do quite a couple of things. That was, first of all, beautiful because we had a lot of things in plan, not only as a COT, but as an entire Africa agenda to be able to get together and have so many things formalized. There are a lot of conversations we already had online, but of course we needed this to be able to sit together, have a conversation, and have a conclusion towards what we really needed. I'm very happy of some of the things you've already mentioned, of some of the achievements you already had, and also the first thing to even be very happy that this is a conference that we're having almost 5 languages going right now, being everybody having access to it. And the fact that we can be able to get together and pursue the African agenda, it be at a Baraza, it be right now we're even thinking within ourselves, not only even with the use of extended right there, but what about the local African Wikimedians, the admins within here? What do we need to do? So a lot of what has happened in this particular Wikimania has not only concluded certain things that we already had online, that we're having conversations of, but also sparked new conversations of what else could we be able to do to pursue on some of the things we had not even thought about. So the impact of this is really, I can say great is an understatement. It has really, really been great for the African community. And I guess, of course, also to quite a couple of us who are also here. So you can really see how we have been together, how amazing we have been together as a team. So probably also as individuals, as communities, we've been able to achieve quite a couple of things. Yes, thank you.
Okay, another question here. Probably Romeo have experience on this one because you've been handling the village pump and online participation. And probably, Andrew, you could also chime in into this question. What are we considering as metrics of success by making conferences hybrid? Can be floated to the conferences that is very early stage in the planning, the proposal as well as the budget?
Can you hear me okay? Well, it's going to be tough. You chose me to answer the exact thing I was looking at saying, that's pretty impossible to do. But I think it's not impossible, very hard, right? The impact of Wikimania, especially when we've heard over the years, like it's the hallway conversations that really make Wikimania special. How do you capture that? How do you metricize that? It's very tough, right? And we're open ideas. That's why we love this session. We'd love to get your ideas on how we better capture these kind of intangibles that we really can't put a number on, we really can't even measure the volume of, but we know it's there. And it's oftentimes hard to explain to folks who can't come to Wikimania or in person. I think they know they're missing out on something, but to quantify that or to reproduce it. So while we're having a session, we're having a chat as well in the general Wikimedia chat saying, I wish we had something online that reproduces that hallway conversation. And we tried that in 2021 with the Remo system. How many people here remember the Remo online system? Yeah, we used it 1 year. No one really uses it today, but I thought it was a really interesting idea of having virtual tables where you could go around and see other people. We tried to capture some of those to screenshot it and to see whether people like that. So yeah, it's tough to capture these types of things in any type of metrics, but we're open to more ideas on that. But we have in the past tried to go back and see how many meetups were there, get testimonials from folks. I don't know, more ideas from this panel?
So I feel like there are two folds to this question. The first one would be, how can we measure the impact of the hallway conversation? And the other one is, how do we improve online hallway conversations? For the first one, I guess my only idea would be to ask people what contacts they've made and if that's helped with their projects in the long run. If we could go back to Wikimania participants, say, 6 months later, and ask them, have you started working with somebody at Wikimania? That could be a way of showing that meeting people here was crucial to their work. For online participation, I don't know, I also remember this tool and I remember thinking it was amazing and wondering how much it cost and how to implement it. But yeah, this is a great thing. I think Telegram tries to do that a little bit, allow people to connect when they're remote, but I just don't have a ready answer for this, for online participation yet.
I'll say one thing and then I see your hand, Florence. Do you remember, Butch, in Singapore, there was that moment when we asked people, was it your first Wikimania, your second Wikimania? And we had so many people in the audience, so many, whose first Wikimania was one of the online editions. And I thought that was extraordinary because I think as a long-term participant, I was kind of like, okay, we'll try an online conference. But it was really meaningful, I think, to a lot of people. I mean, they came back, so it must have been, right? So I would not discount that impact, just the impact on individuals feeling like they're more a part of Wikimedia and being inspired to come in person or not. My other thought about hybrid as a participant and a member of the steering committee is we have to. Like, it's just mandatory now. The world is too big, it's too complicated. We cannot all fly places for reasons of money and visas and borders and war and climate change. We cannot all fly everywhere every time. And so I think to be inclusive, we simply have to be hybrid. But then we get into the details about like how to do it, what kind of experience, are you just watching talks, are you chatting? But I don't think there's any question in our mind as a committee or conference organizers that we have to try. So, Florence?
I got one, actually.
You got one? Okay.
Yeah. Two thoughts. The first one, in the past, we used to ask some, it happened a few years, we asked reports from scholarship members. Now people would actually generate that with ChatGPT probably, but even even though the exercise was a little bit painful, I actually thought it was very interesting because it forced you as an individual to put on a writing format, even if it was not to be read by anyone, but to put in a writing format which session you attended and maybe which topics you liked the most. And it served a little bit for yourself to at least ask yourself what really worked and that you could communicate further. And we dropped entirely doing this, which I think is a little bit sad. We replaced it more or less with the online, the active participation of scholars to help with the note-taking and everything. But I still think we may have lost a little bit of this on the way of measuring impact, even if it's not a figure. The second thought is, well, posters, and again, the type of session we have. So one of the things that was discussed with the French team was, French-speaking team, was increasing the number of posters so that we use the time as much as possible for discussion, workshop, meeting, getting together, rather than having one person broadcasting his favorite project to the world. And we need in the future, I think, more also to ask ourselves how we could have the workshop involving the online people. The third point is the get-together. You know, some Wikimania, sometimes we had a special session where really we tried to team people with mentors. So I know there is the orientation session, but we also know it's very early in the morning on Thursday. So I'm fairly sure that not so many people actually attend, even within the new people. So maybe there's something to rethink of. And I'm thinking back, maybe Andrew and Phoebe, you might remember, in Taipei, every single day we were starting the whole conference with a sort of a, let's get together again, some key elements from last day and what's cool about next day. And we used to do that together. And I thought it was a way also to rejoin and maybe participate to this thinking of getting the impact out of it together rather than individually.
I wanted to comment, Florence, on what you said about the posters. I've had a conversation about that with Rosie Stephenson and Goodnight back before Singapore, where the part of the COT for Katowice was adamant that we don't need posters. It's a logistical nightmare, takes a lot of time, takes a lot of nice space, and we didn't want to do it. Like, why? And she made a convincing point that many of the projects that people are doing, the posters is actually the best way to present it. Unfortunately, I'm a fan of data, and I have to cry a little to know that it will never be measurable of what the discussions can bring. I come from the CE region, which has started organizing their regional conference in 2012 for the first time, and it is widely believed that it happened because a lot of CE people came to Wikimania in Haifa in 2011, a year before that, and they decided, hey, we should do it on ourselves. And we really cannot measure the impact this group of people have had over the last 15 years in bringing people together, their ideas. While I understand we need to measure our impact, and this is important, I think that unfortunately a lot of it would be qualitative, and we cannot quantify it. We should make sure that we can all, make sure that future Wikimanias will continue this going. Unfortunately, a bit sad that this data will just never fully present itself, but in our hearts, we know that many projects that everybody here is doing have started because they met another Wikimedia and decided, hey, let's do this. I have a story here also to share. Kabi Lan, who's there in the back, I have met Kabi at a conference at the CE meeting in 2022 for the first time ever, and 6 weeks later, we're like, let's do Wikimania. And we did, and she was crazy enough to say, yes, crazy Polish people I've only met once a few weeks ago. And we cannot quantify that.
There were some questions.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I speak in French, please?
I can translate if you want.
Okay, thank you very much. So, tout à l'heure, on a parlé de la participation massive des Africains à cette rencontre de Wikimania ici au Kenya.
So earlier we talked about passive participation of participation of African Wikimedians here in Kenya at Nairobi.
Et je pense que ça s'explique par un fait. Le fait est qu'il y a quelques jours ou quelques semaines, l'État kenyan a décidé de supprimer les visas entre certains pays africains. Et donc, c'est ce qui a favorisé une grande participation des Africains à cette rencontre cette année.
So what favored participation from African countries to this Wikimania is that Kenya decided to not require a visa anymore for these people. And this is actually really recent.
Et je veux juste mentionner le fait que les Africains sont toujours enthousiastes à l'idée de participer aux rencontres internationales. Mais ce qui pose parfois le problème, c'est le visa. C'est le système de visa qui est un peu difficile.
Yeah. So African Wikimedians are always keen to participate in regional and international conferences. The only thing that really hinders that is the visa requirements.
Alors, moi j'ai plutôt une suggestion. On sait à l'avance quand on recrute ou quand on sélectionne les personnes qui sont boursières, qui vont bénéficier des bourses pour participer aux événements, toujours dans une optique d'inclusion. Est-ce qu'il n'est pas possible pour l'équipe de la Fondation, c'est-à-dire dès qu'on a la liste des personnes ou des Africains qui sont sélectionnés pour participer à une édition de Wikimania, est-ce qu'il n'est pas possible qu'une équipe puisse, je ne sais pas comment c'est faisable, mais faire une note aux différentes ambassades avec les noms, je ne sais pas, c'est une proposition, c'est peut-être irréaliste, mais je pense que c'est quelque chose qu'on peut quand même essayer, faire une note aux ambassades pour dire on a tel nombre de personnes de votre pays qui doivent venir ici pour tel événement, alors il faut leur faciliter l'accès au visa, parce que c'est là le problème.
I'll translate. And probably make it...
Hello.
Know in advance, sorry, it's me, I don't know. Because we always know in advance what scholars are going to come from Africa to Wikimania, it would be a good idea for the Wikimedia Foundation, and I would add something you didn't mention, but that the organizing team as well, to write to embassies across the world, warning them that Wikimania is coming, telling them, sort of educating them about what Wikimedia movement is and why we need these people to come. So I've translated it, but I'll also answer if that's okay. Yeah, you might have noticed I was slightly late at this session. That's because we just met with somebody from the French embassy team here in Nairobi this morning, with the COT from 2025. Thank you so much, COT, for arranging that. And the main discussion was about visas. And it really, I mean, the discussion we had really showed us that once we can get in the room with people from the embassies, it's probably going to get easier. I think I've heard before from the Wikimedia Summit processes. I know that we've tried doing the same thing for Wikimedia Francophone Wikicon. Writing letters, I'm not sure works that much, but getting in the room with these people changes everything. This person was sharing that they could share contacts with us from other embassies in the region. She was thinking of, building a partnership with the local team. So, yeah, that would be my answer. Meetings and in-person things.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. So, probably we'll need to get into one more reaction online. While English tends to be a dominant language for many movement conferences, including Wikimania, one way to engage marginalized communities is to try a Wikimania where the main conference language is the local language. So much pressure for next year, sorry.
Dun, 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 dun. We are thinking about that very much. So we've been looking at two different things. Would be to have, we're trying to get funding, like extra funding, to have in-person translators in the rooms to, yes, well, that's if we get funding from, that could be some ministries in France, some sponsors, we'll see. So that's the first thing, to be able to translate the conferences. So somebody could present in one of the official languages of the conference, and that could be translated into any of the other languages that are offered. And the second thing that we have been thinking about is, do we have fun with the program and have maybe a room where the program is happening in one language and another room where the program is happening in another? That's to be determined. We haven't made any decisions, but we're swinging it around.
Just a quick question, because I am curious before we go to you. How many people here have used the translation online at this conference? Okay, a few people. A few people. So we know it's not perfect. It does exist. Please try it out. Please give us feedback.
Can we have a reaction from other people? Yes, please.
Hello, I have a quick question. I was thinking, for example, how do you think that maybe we can make Wikimanias again in a country that already been? For example, I'm from Mexico, so the last Wikimania was in 2015, yes. So I was thinking how it can be possible that we can make it again. Of course, the Wikimedia Mexico community, we have grown a lot from 10 years. Right now we are in our party of quinceañera, 15 years. So of course we will lovely that again we can maybe host another one, because we have a lot of more experience, more partnerships, that of course that will be incredible. So that's the question that I have. It could be possible to again host maybe a Wikimania, and it is how many time we need to pass. And I think not only the Mexican community, I think another community around the world.
Thank you. So Andrew, please.
I can't speak for the committee at all, but I mean, just from what I can tell you, from what we talked about, there's nothing blocking you at all from putting an expression of interest. In fact, we'd love to go back, and we're mature enough, we're 20 years in, how could we not repeat the location at some point, right? That's right, we've been to Poland twice. So that's it. And just again for me, don't even think that, oh, we can't have it in Mexico City, we did it, in 2015. Why not? There's no reason to. Because I know that some folks are like, oh, we got to put it in another city that might not be that easy to get to because we've already been. No, not at all. So at least for me, it wouldn't weaken it at all to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because Mexico, we don't have a lot of problem with visas and all that stuff. So I think it's a pretty accessible city. So that's why I want to ask.
Thank you. By the way, a big shout out to all these images that we took. The images are shown on your screen, but I would like to give a final statement from any of the steering committee about their reactions about the results of this session. Or probably Lodewijk, you want? Your general reaction from the results of this conversation today. If you're blank, that's okay. I'll give it to Phoebe.
I'll bring up one last thing, which I think was really interesting. I forgot to mention during the impact side. I don't know if people remember this, but there was an online poll of our community back in 2015, and the majority of the folks online said we should not have Wikimania every year. We should skip. And I think for a lot of folks who go to Wikimania, this was just really bizarre. Like we're jarred because people online who might not have been to Wikimania might have think, oh, it's expensive. I don't see the real value of it and everything. So I'm going to be Chris Schilling here with a little PTSD because we're all part of this conversation. And in 2016, we had a live meeting there. And it's amazing how many people in our community rallied around and started giving testimonials about the impact of Wikimania on their lives and the community and all these things. And we wound up doing a very good job there to make the case that we want Wikimania every year. It's been super valuable. We had the heads of chapters all sign a statement. So I hope we don't just wait for crises to document these things, and we can do a better job of doing the documentation along the way.
10 seconds. This session can go on online. On the meta page for Wikimania 2026, we have a question and answers page. You have a link there. So please, if you have questions, suggestions for Wikimania 2026, feel free to write it on Meta.
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone from 2024, 2025, 2026, and the steering committee for being a good resource person here.
By the way, on MetaWiki, you are already seeing some leaks already. So, but you can click on the talk page there I'm sorry, the 2026 team will be happy to answer. Thank you and have a
Okay,
nice
before
day.
we close and we leave the room, I actually wanted to make a request, not only to the team of Wikimania, but to all the conference organizers here. I feel we are somehow, when we talk about the impact, we somehow miss the continuity in terms of our original engagement and in conferences. So being the organizer of any of the conference or the event, it is our responsibility that we map the activity that what is continued from the previous iteration. So it is not only just for the continuation, but also to address the gaps that we have filled in, whether it is happening a gap of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or never. But still, so it should be an organizer's responsibility. I would share one point from my own experience. When we conduct a conference, and as an outcome, some declaration comes out, some final report comes out, but after that, how do the rest of the organizers take that forward? Because it is not possible to host like the same level of conference for the same person in the every gap of 2 years. But whoever is taking that responsibility, it would be a humble request, please do map those gaps and maintain that continuity to make the visible impact stronger. Thank you.
Oh, no, I agree totally about the documentation. It's like the hardest part. Afterwards, you're just tired and you want to sleep. So, but documentation is totally important. We have struggled with that for a long time at all events, and so I agree. I see your hand. I think that we are super done and out of time. But do we have a meetup, Ludovic?
Yeah. So, hello. Yeah. So, as you've seen the meetups, there is a future of Wikimania meetup. We can discuss this on that meetup. For our online participants, feel free to post your reactions on the Etherpad. We'll try to respond to that one as well in the Etherpad, and also the 2026 talk pages and Wikimania committee talk page as well, if you for further queries. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice lunch, and check your meetups page also if
Thank
you have a
you.
meetup. Same. Okay. The future of Wikimania meetup will be on the same room. Thank you.
Okay, it's good? Yeah. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday afternoon, the last day of Wikimania. I hope you're all excited to kind of do a final sharing with everyone at the Wikimania and being in person. I also hope you're excited by this session. So it's the Strengthening Wikipedia's Neutral Point of View session. I'm Karel from Estonia, but working with Wikimedia Foundation. And I have recently, like past few months, I've been really putting my time into combing through all the neutral point of view policies across all the different language Wikipedias, 128 in total. And I want to share my exciting experience and lessons learned. Welcome, Karibu. This session is a space to learn more and discuss the analysis part. Like there is the neutral point of view working group that is working on several tracks. This session is really focusing on the analysis of policies. We luckily also do have Risker here, the laureate, who is the one who is looking into the aspect of maybe there is something around baseline standard policy for Wikipedias which don't have. We will get to that, but it's like there is a person in the room. If you are interested in discussing that, it's also possible. Thank you for being here. Asante sana. This is a QR code to the analysis itself of Meta, but you will also have it on table in the breakouts. So it's just for your reference. So after this exciting session and getting to learn about this, you can learn more on Meta. Plan for the session, we start with a very short analysis overview. So I will be presenting, going through what I have learned myself. And then there is a small space for questions and clarifications from your side, not too many, 2 to 3. I will also hover around when we go to the breakout sessions to answer any deeper questions. Breakout conversations, like this is where we can really engage with you. This is where you can bring your perspective. So I'm really hoping to have really good conversations, really good information that you will be surfacing. I want to learn from you. We all want to learn from you. So let's have a bit of a discussion. What do you think of a neutral policy, point of view policy on your wiki? And what do you think would be needed to improve that? In the end, we are finishing with wrapping up, so reporting back from all the small conversations, and also maybe there are some suggestions regarding the next steps from your side. Let's see how it goes. Let's start the journey. So a short journey through neutral point of view policy situation across Wikipedias. Let's set sail. Purpose. Why are we doing that? So the idea is really to have an overview, like what is the current situation regarding the neutrality policies, and also, as we are doing the breakouts here, we would like to provide a space for peer learning across project communities, so we can learn from each other how to improve the neutrality setting in our projects. The scope of the research that I have done has been focusing only on Wikipedias, because it's easier to compare across the languages. We do have neutrality guidance on other projects, Commons, even Wikidata, but it's like the focus has really been on Wikipedia. And also the idea has been to really focus on one policy. Like actually regarding neutrality, we have a policy set, I will get to that. The research has been really focused on neutral point of view as a kind of central policy. Key overall findings. So what I have found out, about 44% of Wikipedias do not have clear and easily accessible neutrality guidance. So that means they do not have pillars or neutrality pillar, they do not have a neutral point of view policy, and also they don't have like immediate editing guidelines, they don't have neutrality that visible. So that's 44% of Wikipedias. And about 37% of Wikipedias have more detailed guidance on the neutral point of view policies. These are roughly the numbers. That means that also where we have neutral point of view, sometimes it's really short, it's stub, it's not that detailed. And overall, regarding at the wider spectrum, like I said, we are focusing on NPOV here, but looking across the policies, like there are kind of some of the main neutrality-rated content policies, like neutrality pillar, neutral point of view, verifiability, no original research, citing sources, reliable sources, biographies of living people. In 78% of Wikipedias, we don't have a full set. So there are some gaps there. This is the neutrality pillar. So I'm starting from that, like this really high-level overview, but you already see like in the English phrasing of a neutrality pillar, you have a neutral point of view mentioned in the headline or tagline of a pillar, and then you have all these other policies mentioned within the paragraph text, verifiable accuracy, citations, reliable sources, also topic of controversiality comes up, living person, So all of that is already actually in the pillar, so that's kind of a distillation of it. And this is kind of overview. You have also the Wikidata items there. Like if you really want to dig deep and go browsing, you can find all the policies there at Wikidata. It's easy to see, and the slides are linked to the session. So you can go to the slides, it's all linked, so you can actually go to the data and see it yourself. Regarding the neutral point of view policy, it exists in 128 languages from out of 342. So that's a 37% that I mentioned earlier. This means that there are 153, no. The slide has not been updated, like it was previously like 127, so 154. Wikipedia's out of 342, they don't have easily accessible guidance on neutrality. So that's kind of a key outcome, and you can see also in a bar chart like how it plays out regarding where we have neutral point of view policy, where it's in the pillars, where it's in the rule set. Key quantitative findings from our research. About 76% of existing NPOV policies on Wikipedias have core, extended, or detailed levels of content. So that means that actually the picture is not bad. Like where we already have policy, it often comes with some detail, at least like a definition what neutrality is and what is expected, but also some guidance for implementation. How do you actually implement neutrality when curating articles? Regarding the patterns we see, the longest policies can be found in Balkan region, South Asia, parts of the Middle East and East and Southeast Asia. Like this is really extensive policies. Also English Wikipedia is one of the top ones, I think on 13th regarding the length. And another pattern that we see that many indigenous languages either do not have an NPOE policy or have a star policy or redirect. Like that's basically what we are seeing. And across Wikipedias, the size varies really remarkably. So I already spoke a bit to that, but this is where you can see some of these languages mentioned regarding which are the top ones. Also English Wikipedia is here, and also overall policies can be distributed into 5 categories based on their size in characters and the level of content they include. And this is kind of a distribution that I did like in categorization. So stop or redirect, like this is really like either incomplete, just one sentence, redirect, like yeah, it's not really functioning as a policy. Then we have minimal one, which has kind of a leading paragraph or leading section, and then maybe a definition, but it's not much. Core policy already starts to include guidance for implementation, essential practical guidance for achieving neutrality. Like this is already like quite okay policy, and then we have extended versions and then even detailed versions. And for each language, you have some examples here picked up. And also again, you can go in the session link in the Inventia, you can click on the slides, and these are all linked. Like you can actually go and see the policies, read the text, have automated translation of them, you can see yourself. And this is what the distribution looks like. So most of them are kind of core level, and actually we see that 76, as I said earlier, 76% of these policies actually are a core, extended, or detailed level. So yeah, that's kind of a quantitative content overview. Regarding qualitative findings, most of NPO policies have a leading paragraph with a general definition of neutrality. Like that's kind of a core. The core components of more extensive NPOV policies include conceptual elaboration, like what does neutrality even mean, and like different dynamics about that. Practical elaboration, going like giving due weight to the arguments, and then tonality of writing and things like that. And there are some guidance regarding controversial topics. Mostly it's about like specifics are pseudoscience, maybe in some cases religion, but it usually has only kind of few categories. It doesn't have kind of extensive overview of controversial topics. And regarding that, I think English Wikipedia neutral point of view policy is actually a good example. Like you can see like what exists on English Wikipedia, that's usually the case, like where you have guidance on controversial topics. It's quite similar to what is presented on English Wikipedia. One interesting thing is like writing from the English or local perspective that also comes up there in that section. That yeah, often it happens that if it's a certain language Wikipedia, you write from that cultural context and how to manage that. So that's kind of an interesting addendum. Regarding the core content structure of our policies, we see leading paragraph, then conceptual elaboration, like really giving the definitions, so what neutrality is about, and then here is a list of a practical elaboration. So how would you name articles? What is the suggested article structure, waving, tonality and style, guidance and sourcing, importance of research, like all of these things. So you already start to see how even in the neutral point of view policy, the connections are made to the reliable sources and citing policy, no original research policy, like it's all interconnected and interweaved. And regarding the controversial topics, you see the overview here, like these are mostly what is there. I forgot to mention previously content forks, like that's something that really comes up, like you shouldn't fork the content if the controversy emerges. You rather should be trying to reach a consensus, so there is guidance regarding that in many of the policies. And there are clarifications, like in many policies have a FAQ section, which is the frequently asked questions, which tries to kind of elaborate further. Sometimes there are historical references to like what has been the neutral point of view or neutrality discussion in the movement. And there is also a link in the slide deck to the historical overview of NPOV. That's it for a very brief overview of what the analysis is. You will have the QR code so you can dive deep, but I can take maybe 2 questions before we go to the breakout part and the deeper discussion part. So questions of clarity and understanding from the audience. And like I said, if there is a deeper detailed question, I can come to your table, just raise your hand, I will circle to you. Any questions? Yes, please. Can we have a mic?
I know that you mentioned, or at least some of the NPOV policies that you looked at mentioned preferring to find consensus. What about in cases where there just really is not much consensus? Was there guidance on applying NPOV when it seems like there's multiple consensuses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. So that I think is rather under the like practical elaboration, like how to implement that. And overall, yes, there is guidance regarding this is a human knowledge encyclopedia, which is about the opinions of people and basically how people see things. It might not be necessarily about the objective neutrality, but regarding building towards a consensus. One has to consider, like give arguments due weight, like yes, include all the points of view, but also look out like what has prevalence in the society, what has prevalence in the academia, and give it due weight by that, like that's really connected to that, like how to tackle the situation. So there is some guidance regarding some of the reference points, reliable sources included, etc. So that's there, and also regarding the this pseudoscience and the controversial topics, there is some guidance around managing that. But yeah, always there is a question like, is that enough, or can we go into more detail, and how much this more abstract policy actually helps with practical situations where you have like multiple consensuses or divergent points of view, and that's an excellent discussion point for breakouts. So I'm queuing you up there. Any other question? I'm taking this as no for now. So raise your hand if you have any detailed question during the discussion. I'm your resource. I will circle to your table and will help to provide further guidance. So let's go into breakout groups. So my main idea for the session is not to talk what I have learned. I want to learn from you. And that's why we are going into groups of 6 to 8. We have some volunteers who have stepped up to facilitate the conversation. So we have Brittany there in one table. Behind we have Natalia, and we have Margot in the back. So these are your dedicated facilitators. Let's try to break into groups of 6 to 8 for a deeper conversation. And they will also help to take notes, but you also will be writing up your ideas on Post-its. We will look at the timing, so it's roughly 30 minutes, maybe a bit lesser. We will see how it goes regarding the conversation. I will circle to keep an eye on that. And also, there are some prompt questions for discussion, like that's to get the conversation conversation going. We start maybe with a small reflection at the breakout, but then you get to a group discussion. So please be so kind and find your group. So Natalia, Brittany, and Margot, find a group, find a table, and let's start a deeper discussion. And also what I said earlier, we also have Risker in the room. So those who are interested in the idea of maybe having a standard policy across Wikipedias, especially for languages where it doesn't exist, please join the table that Risker joins. So follow her for that discussion if you are interested in that. So there was a clarification question whether each table will tackle one of these questions. No, these are just discussion prompts. Each table will just discuss regarding your experience about NPOV. These are just to surface your thoughts to help you to start the discussion. thoughts. I think we will be soon at the end of a silent gathering. So maybe around 4 or 5 minutes for the conversation. So 2 more minutes for the breakouts. 2 minutes, yes. Okay, as the discussions are good, we have 5 more minutes. Like, let's take a bit more time to discuss. Okay, there are time limitations to the session, and I would love to have report back on video for everyone joining also online. So 1 last minute to wrap up the discussion and assign the reporter back. And don't forget to assign the person to report back. We start reporting back soon. Yeah, and can we get the microphone also for the reporting back? So we need, yeah, thank you. And maybe start with the back, with Margot's table, like who is there who wants to report back from that conversation?
Calling on us? Yeah. I should summarize what we discussed, right? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm going to briefly summarize what we discussed. So regarding question 1, what do you think of the NPOV policy on your Wikipedia? First off, we had at least 4 Wikipedias represented at our table, specifically English, Italian, German, and Uzbek Wikipedias, and somebody who was very familiar with the many languages spoken in India. So specifically regarding the Uzbek Wikipedia, there are 2 people here from that community. Both of us said too short and incomplete. Our policy is in a very sorry state. Others said, regarding the English Wikipedia NPOV page, people said it was quite good and pragmatic, which is interesting. About the German NPOV page, they said it's good enough, but sometimes it can be interpreted in many different ways. So, it causes some ambiguity. And regarding question 2, what do you find to be the most useful parts of the NPOV policies? I said, I am also active on the English Wikipedia. I said I really liked the part when I was starting off. I remember reading a little kind of statement saying Wikipedia describes disputes, doesn't engage in them. I thought it was a very good way to put and explain the policy. Others said, the policy helps to, they like the part which helps to identify ads, promotional material. As somebody else said, specifically on the English Wikipedia, it's not set in stone, it's open for discussion, it can be amended. Oh, sorry, yeah. And question number 3, what can we do to support many Wikipedias that don't have an NPOV policy? My idea was maybe there could be a universal bare minimum version which could be easily translated into many other languages. I think number 4 is kind of related to number 2. I can skip over that given the time constraint if that's possible. And finally, regarding question 5, we thought other policies that kind of complement NPOV policies include reliable sources, due weight, and many others. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So we can keep. Yeah, thank you so much for the conversation and for reporting back. We can keep a presentation short. Like, what are the essential things you learned from your table? Natalia's group, please. Who is the reporter? Yeah, thank you.
So we had a number of interesting discussions, and we kind of started with the first question about the point of having a neutral policy for this area, and there is a lot of smaller Wikipedias that do have one that are, it's a good starting point, but they're often incomplete, and there's often problems with both enforcing and keeping them updated with small communities. We then kind of moved on to discussing a little bit about how to keep them updated and how to ensure that they are continuously useful, and it was shared that it's often referred to as English Wikipedia as one of the options to use as a policy if you don't have it yourself, that you go there and look at it. The problem, of course, with the English one is that it's very comprehensive, and you need to know the language then, of course, and you might not know that for all editors. So it comes with a number of issues having that. To provide kind of support around this space, it was discussed, to try to provide, with the hope of in the end having some kind of meta policy that we could point people to as a starting point and some shared understanding around it, that we probably need to do some initial steps that should be resourced. For example, creating some report or doing some analysis of existing policies and see what we could take. So we don't have to point to the large English one, but actually this might be suitable in this specific context. We kind of also, also a specific problem that was highlighted by multiple people was that even when you have a policy and it's a very small community and they are from the same country, you might have real problems, having a real discussion around it. Because you don't share the same, they all share the same understanding and interpretation of the sources. So we kind of moved into discussion of sources, and even though that is not in the same policy, they are deeply connected, of course. The last thing we had a little discussion about here at the end was about that there's no neutral point of view policy on commons, even though there's highly problematic material being uploaded there as well. I mean, we have examples of uploads from different GLAM institutions where the metadata is very old, and that could be very racist in material, but you still include it. And if you're linking that to those images from your Wikipedia, do you take responsibility of making sure that people know what they're clicking on and what the information will be provided there? We don't do that in most Wikipedias at this point. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jon and Natalia. Let's quickly move to Brittany's group. We are almost out of time for this session, but let's try to do a final report quickly and share your thoughts from the final group.
Yes, thank you. I think most have been said, but what we want to talk about is the question one that we said, what do you think about the neutral point of view policy on Wikipedia? We all came to a consensus that it's quite lengthy, right? So we can make it concise so that everybody can appreciate what it is. Going to how can we support neutrality in the 63% of the Wikipedia who does not have the policy. We said that we can sensitize them on the advantages, right, of having the policy, so that they'll get to appreciate why they need to have the policy. Also, we also talked about some of the challenges we have in with enforcing the neutral point of view. Also, we mentioned that translating it to other languages become a little bit dicey, because one thing that may be understandable, appreciated in the English may sound different in another language which is being translated to. So I think we also have to look at that also. I think that's basically what I can say now. Yeah.
Thank you. We have to wrap up now because we also have a quick break. So thank you so much for reporting back, Brittany, and your group. We will follow up with report back on the session on the talk page. And just as my final words, thank you for joining the session. In the prosperous perspective plurality, we note in our quest to gather the totality of all human knowledge, there is a vitality in our strive to balance and create the neutrality. This is a practicality, or rather functionality, that gives due weight and brings some rationality through frugality and factuality, source-seeking criticality, so we can have the needed hospitality to accommodate the prosperous perspective plurality. Thank you for joining the session on the neutrality and the neutral point of view policy. Thank you, Asante Sana. This session is now complete. Thank you.
session is from Lucas, who is joining us online. And it's Wikipedia is a social network. You just don't know it yet. So in a bit, we'll let Lucas come in. All right. Okay, Lucas is ready. Take it away.
Well, thanks so much for having me. Oh, this is kind of annoying. I'm by no means a Wikipedia editor. I do the occasional edit here and there, but I'm mostly known amongst friends to be the guy that looks up stuff at Wikipedia during parties. And about a year ago, I started diving more into the back end of Wikipedia and visiting these pages with the Wikipedia prefix. And yeah, just kind of diving into how it works in the back end. And it was there that I discovered this hidden social network on Wikipedia, which connects about 60,000 Wikipedians together. Probably without their knowledge, because I haven't seen anybody else cover it before. Now, in social medias, in social networks, we often talk about relations between people, and there's this concept of degrees of separation, which is how many friends of a friend you are away from someone. So a friend of a friend is 1 degree of separation, and the maximum is 6. So if you have 6, a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, you can basically meet anybody on the earth. And with Facebook, that number is about 3.6, the average. So you have to have 4 friends of a friend to meet anybody on Facebook. And this Wikipedia social network that I uncovered, the degrees of separation are only 1.9. So that means it's very tightly connected. Now, you might be wondering, how are all these different Wikipedians connected to each other? Because Wikipedia itself doesn't have any kind of social features. You cannot follow anybody. So that's through 170,000 of these things. These are called user boxes, and they're a way for Wikipedia editors to kind of talk about their interests and put them on their profile pages. So for this, I want to go back in time a bit to how I kind of figured out all of this out. So I was browsing through these user pages and kind of looking at who was editing all these internal Wikipedia pages. And so you have these user pages that are kind of profile pages within Wikipedia, and they work like regular Wikipedia articles, except for that you talk about yourself instead of other things. And I noticed a lot of them were filled with these little boxes called user boxes. Some pages have hundreds of them, and they all contain text that start with this user. So for instance, this user lives in the Netherlands, or this user likes the color blue. Now, what's interesting is if you click on edit on one of these pages, it doesn't actually say anywhere, this user loves the color blue. Instead, what it does say is these pieces of text in between curly brackets. And I did a bit of research into this, and it turns out that these are transclusions. And what that basically means is putting one Wikipedia page inside of another Wikipedia page. Kind of similar to how you would embed a YouTube video into a blog post, for instance. Right? The YouTube video still lives on youtube.com somewhere, but you're just putting their website into yours. So these curly brackets, they kind of denote this embed, this transclusion. And then what's inside of here are actually links to other pages. So if we go to this page here, highlighted in green, we can say here it just shows the user box. And if we go and edit this page, here it actually gives us all the information on what is shown inside of this user box, including this user loves the color blue. So what's interesting is that anybody who loves the color blue doesn't just write it down inside of their profile page. They actually reuse this specific page, this specific user assigns a user box a C blue page to show that they love blue. And what's really nice about this is that you can check which pages link to another page. So there's this very neat feature called what links here. And you get this page full of these user pages that link to user signs user box C blue. So these are all the people that love the color blue. And in here there's also me, because I have the user box on my profile. But there's also all these other people. So if you go to their profile pages, you get more user boxes. And then if you click on edit, you see all these links. And then if you go and visit one of these user box pages, these user box pages that they put inside of their own profile page, you can see all the people that like that specific user box. So from this, it just kind of spirals outward, and you just get can go from user to user box to user to user box, so I wanted to find some sort of way to visualize all this, to not go and edit everyone's pages to try and find new people. So I figured out there's this very nice user boxes gallery, which is this giant list of all these categories that people made user boxes inside of. And then inside of these pages are all kinds of user boxes. And so what I did is I downloaded all these user boxes, and then I asked the Wikipedia API to give me all the links, all the people that have that specific user box on their profile. So I could create kind of a network. And then I kind of went through all the data and formatted it into the right way, put it into this graph visualization software, and then out of there comes my hidden social network. So these are actually all the user boxes on Wikipedia, or at least the ones that are in the galleries, and everyone who's connected through these user boxes. So you can see it's also interactive. I can zoom in and click around. And so all these red ones are users and all the green ones are user boxes. And yeah, what's really nice about this, you can just kind of click around and also explore different interests and topics, similar to clicking around in a Wikipedia page, just going from link to link to link to link. And yeah, all this got me kind of wondering, why do people use these user boxes in the first place? And what do they think of this graph? So I started contacting some Wikipedians, and one person that replied was this user Sundo Stunt. And he said the following: "For me, user boxes are a way to express my true personality and beliefs, and to connect with people who might be on the same page as me. to the point of online friendship or relationship. Now, I asked him afterwards in an email, did you ever meet anyone through these user boxes then, right? Did you actually make any friendships or relationships out of this? And then he basically said, no, I've never made any friends or acquaintances or romantic partners in any Wikipedia-related way, involving user boxes or not. But he hopes he will eventually, and also he cannot recall anybody who did. So I think it's really interesting that there's all this personal expression and this entire network of Wikipedians that's connected together. Especially on a website that from the outside to most people looks like a very factual something with a lot of guidelines. But there's this whole other side. And all these people are connected, but nobody actually uses it to communicate with others. And I think it can be a really great way to discover new interests or to find people who might have the same interests as you. And yeah, that's also one of the original use cases of these user boxes in general, actually. And also their predecessor, which are called Babel boxes. So Babel boxes are there to show someone's proficiency using different languages. So if you have a article about a Dutch philosopher you're editing, and you want to you're reading through a bunch of sources and you want to figure out what they say because they're all in Dutch, you can actually just look at who speaks Dutch and who speaks English and find some users who might be willing to help you out, read through some sources. But then of course you might find someone who knows Dutch really well, but do they know anything about philosophy? Well, that's where user boxes come in, of course, because you can put anything you want in there. So you can put the types of programming languages you know, or if you know anything about philosophy or not. So that kind of brings me on to the next thing, which is, I think this network that I've uncovered isn't just a fun exercise to just meet some new people or to explore new interests, but I think it can also make Wikipedia more accessible as a whole to new editors. Because during the process of making this website and this graph, I learned a lot about internal Wikipedia pages and how to send messages to users, how talk pages work. I learned about transclusion and templates and wiki text. So imagine if you're a new user, instead of trying to edit a page and probably getting critiqued with good intent on your edits, you could just start very slowly by filling in your own profile page and making some user boxes and finding some nice inside jokes about your favorite shows, and through that getting acquainted with Wikipedia articles and templates and transclusion. Maybe you can even learn how to upload images to Wikimedia Commons. And then once you've done all that and filled your profile page with some nice user boxes, you already can look at other people's profiles that share the same user boxes and that have similar interests. You can ask them, hey, I know you also like Marvel movies. Do you know of any pages that need help, and how can I edit them? So instead of trying to parse through pages and pages of internal Wikipedia documentation, trying to get your edits to adhere to the right policies, maybe you can just start a chat with someone and approach it from a more informal side. And find people who are willing to learn about and research the same things that you do. The network to make all this happen is already there, so you're less than 2 clicks away from anybody else through your shared interests. So I would say go out and look at who you can meet. Thank you. Now, for some extra information, here's some very useful resources on editing Wikipedia user boxes. There's of course, the Wikipedia help page for user boxes. There's a user box galleries. There's also a wiki project about user boxes, which are just a group of people that are very passionate about user boxes and know a lot about them. There's lots of useful information on that page as well. I also figured this out yesterday. There's this whole user page design guide. And there's, of course, the help pages for things like transclusion and talk pages. At the bottom of the user box Wikipedia page, there's also this very nice categories drop down with lots of useful links. And as far as my graph goes that I made, it's fully interactive, and you can check it out online at thisuser.net. On the website, there's also the interview that I did with Sundo Stunt. And hey, that's me. I also made I think 20-minute video tutorial on exactly kind of where to find these user boxes on Wikipedia, and also how to edit them and how to make your own. So I kind of go from the very basics of creating a Wikipedia account to making your own user boxes and copying other people's user boxes onto your own profile. So again, all that is at thisuser.net. Apart from that, you can contact me through these links. Yeah, apart from that, I would just like to open up the discussion and see what you think of this. Should we be turning Wikipedia more into a social network, or should we be focusing more on editing articles? So, yeah, feel free to ask any questions if you want.
Okay, thank you, Lucas. Anyone with a question, let me know. We'll bring the mic to you. Oh, one question.
So thank you for this presentation. This was very interesting because I never thought that user boxes could be a useful way to, find users with peculiar interests. So maybe we should try to stimulate the usage in order, for example, to be able to create more effective wiki projects, or to make users from a particular region come together, a particular area of a country come together for meetups, and so on. The question was, you did this work for your local Wikipedia, but do you think it's easily replicable for, you did it for NL Wiki, do you think that we could?
Oh no, it's, so this is for the English.
The English, okay, for the English language.
Yeah.
Do you think it's easily adaptable for other wikis? So
yeah, for sure. I mean, how I did it now is I basically just kind of scraped all the pages. So it's not a real-time snapshot that you're seeing on the website. But I think it's for sure it's adaptable to other languages, because it uses the same format.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
So the code is on the website.
Yeah, it's the entire graph is on the website on thisuser.net, and oh yeah, and the code itself I have on my computer, but yeah, I have to kind of retrace my steps because it's been a while since I.
Yeah, because if you could share that, could be useful for replication. That was why I was asking. And another thing that maybe concerns me a bit about this kind of analysis is that maybe I have the impression that today user boxes are less popular than they used to be even 10 years ago. So maybe another thing that you could do, we could do to improve this analysis is trying to cut off inactive users from the graph. So just keeping those with at least one edit in the last year in order to be able to see the current status of affairs, because maybe info boxes are not so popular anymore, so we could promote their usage if we feel it's usable.
Yeah, I think that would be genuinely useful to have like a filter like that. And I think also, I forgot what I was saying.
All right, thank
yeah,
you.
Sharing the code is definitely a good idea, and I think, oh yeah, also, you know, they might not be as popular now then, but people that have been editing Wikipedia for a while and are still active, the user boxes that they put on 10 years ago are still kind of interesting. But yeah, maybe we should really kind of get people to update their user pages frequently and start putting these user boxes on there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably think about putting that code on GitHub as well.
Yeah.
Any
I'll look into that.
Any other question? Yeah, one more.
Still, thank you so much. I think Wikimedia Toolforge would be a very good environment for this tool. I don't know if you know, but Wikimedia Toolforge is a nice hosting, free for everybody. So everybody can put the code and easily attach, have the source code shared even more, and you can easily onboard the people on the same server, let's say. So maybe it may be a nice thing for this tool to be used even more. Also because if it's on Toolforge, it's even more easy for people to link that from the wikis. So imagine people from the wikis landing people on this website. Could be very nice. And second thing, I think it's very nice to allow people to land on the page with a special link. Like I want to see friends that are able to talk basic Italian and likes free software, for example. So with 2 interests, or maybe 3 or more. So you can have an intersection of interests. It could be super, super interesting. So thanks again, very, very interesting.
I think having something like a filter system would be very nice, and also just being able to look at your own network and kind of expand out from that, right? And maybe seeing if you enter your own username, seeing the people that have the most user boxes in common with you or something like that, it could be really nice, you know?
Yeah, thank you. We have 2 more minutes. Any other question?
I've got
Anyone
one up
else? At the front. Okay.
Yeah. Given a mic already.
Go ahead.
I wonder if I'm interested in your thoughts about making it how easy to put user boxes on your page. What was your experience about that? And the other was whether you have any thoughts about how whether it would be ways to make it easier to make friends with people who share the same user boxes with you. My random thought is like, what if there was a chat room for everyone who uses a certain user box, and you know, if you wanted to hang out with those people, there'd be a chat room there. But I was wondering if you had any other thoughts about that.
Yeah, I think kind of the systems behind user boxes, right? This whole kind of thing about transclusion and stuff is kind of difficult to wrap your head around. Maybe as a beginner, of like, oh, there's a page in another page, and then that is a template again, right? So I think just having like good documentation that's just very accessible and maybe like promoted in some maybe even some sort of gamified way, you know, because I know you have the like introduction for new editors, and it kind of goes through and in real time shows you how to edit these Wikipedia pages. So something like that could be really nice. And as for connecting, like easily connecting different people who use the same user box, yeah, I do think I mean, how it works now with the talk pages and stuff, it's kind of clunky, but at the same time, it does teach you how people normally communicate with each other on Wikipedia. So I think by kind of forcing people to use that, they also learn how to use Wikipedia at the same time. And yeah, maybe there could be some sort of chat room next to the graph or something as an extra feature. Just for people who know how to edit Wikipedia but are really into user boxes. It's an interesting idea. Thank you.
I'll give you one more suggestion, which is some users also add themselves to categories. There's like categories Wikipedians in Massachusetts, eponymous Wikipedians, which I'm a member of. So that's just one more aspect of that connection between people. The one good thing about categories is you can click it to see all the other users in that category, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think I also with the Babel boxes, I think I'm not sure if the categories get made automatically, but I was also kind of surprised that there's just pages out there which just list the language proficiency instead of having to go through each of the editors' pages and checking their Babel boxes. So yeah, it's interesting stuff for sure.
All right, thank you. We are at time. We'll give you one more question.
I'll ask in Dutch. Lucas, dankjewel voor je presentatie. Ik vind het heel inspirerend om te zien iemand die eigenlijk pas een paar jaar bezig is met Wikipedia, om zijn ervaringen te delen over waar hij tegenaan loopt, maar met verrassend hele mooie dingen tevoorschijn komt. Ik hoop je graag een keertje in Nederland te zien als we een conferentie in Nederland hebben.
Ja, zeker. Dankjewel.
All right, thank you, Lucas.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Next session in 20 minutes, so go get water, fresh air or something, but please come back.
Okay, so, hi, nice to have you here. So this is the presentation about the Volunteer Supporters Network. I will be telling you a little bit of what we do, what we have been doing so far, and what we will be doing in the next period to come. And so the presentation is called, What is the Volunteer Supporters Network? Peer-to-peer collaboration for volunteer supporters. So the people who is taking part of the organizing team is just Sarah and I. Sarah is from Wikimedia UK, and I'm from Wikimedia Argentina, and we have other two folks collaborating with us in the organizing team, one from UK and one from Argentina. These are RuPaul Caria and Luisina Ferrante. So first of all, the index. I will be following this index today. This is just telling you some good news about the VCM becoming a hub pilot, and then a little bit of the goals and who we serve, some history, what is coming soon, challenges, and opportunities to engage. So the good news is that since June 2025 until December 2026, we will be piloting a hub. We used to be a network with just a low profile, and since June 2025, the idea is to build the network a little bit stronger and to have a broader impact, to become a little bit more global. And that's part of this hub pilot process. We will be also focusing on building our governance structure and trying to gather, collect, and create some resources, mostly focused on volunteer supporters, and providing peer-to-peer learning and support spaces for people working with community of volunteers. We also would love to, and we're working on our partnership plan under the goal of going with connection with different entities of the movement, mostly those who are working and focusing their work with communities of volunteers and volunteer support. So, as I was telling, this is a little bit presenting what we will be doing during the hub pilot. This is like a very special process because we are changing the structure of the network. And during this process, that is, we will last until December 2026, we will be working on building a light touch governance structure. We would love to have our people involved and taking part of the decisions without going too much into bureaucracy. That's a little bit of the idea. We also would love to be providing resources, peer-to-peer learning and shared spaces for the hubs community, so folks who are taking part of the BCN can build their capacities and their connections and provide a better support for their community of volunteers. And one more goal, it is to seek opportunities with the global movement discussions where volunteer supporters can have some good ideas or inputs or some feedback to give to the movement and to be considered in making those decisions. For instance, we understand that the trends that has been spotted for the next years, for instance, the people who are editors with special permissions, like lowering the number, is some of the topics that we would love to discuss and talk about with community supporters and try to find some ideas to fit the conversation. So when we talk about who we serve, we mostly serve affiliates and user groups who support communities of volunteers. It means that our audience, it is not about direct volunteers, it is not about organizers, it is more about people who support a community of volunteers. We tend to understand that these are affiliates and user groups, but we also understand that as far as we go global, we may have to change our scope because it may not be this way in every region in the world, in our very wide movement. So, and we serve them providing this peer-to-peer support and also capacity building and some resources for them to do their work. I'm going too fast, I see. Sorry about that. So when I wanted to explain a little bit of the history, it's just more for you to know where are we and where do we come from. And the BCN started at Wikimania 2014 in London. And then people from the BCM were having some in-person meetings during 2014 and 2019. But as you all know, we had a pandemic that started in 2020, so we couldn't meet in person in 2020. It became more virtual. Our annual meetings started to be online, and many folks joined the BCN at that moment during the pandemic, and I was one of those people joining the BCN in 2020, because it became quite a significant space for people who are supporting communities to meet each other and to try to tackle and deal with the conflicts, so going completely virtual, like together, like which were our challenges, the opportunities that we saw, like how we could support each other in that strange situation the pandemic was. And this simply kept ongoing during the rest of the years, and we have like different funding processes. One funding process that it was connected to Wikimedia Poland and Wikimedia Austria in 2022 and 2023. They were like the chapters that were leading the VCN before Wikimedia UK and Wikimedia Argentina. Then they passed the VCN to us, and we have like one more grant from 2022 to 2024. And once that's finished, we started this process of becoming a hub pilot, which will last until 2026. Yeah, maybe I should go back to that one. During the pandemic, there was like quite a significant shift in the VCN, is that the VCN was previous to the pandemic, it was mostly for folks working in Europe. They were like almost all of them working in Europe. And what happened in the pandemic is that many chapters and user groups, and many of them were in Latin America, but also in Africa, they started to have their community person who were like hired or starting their work during that period. So these people joined the VCN to get to have their own capacity building and to understand how to deal with this specific context of the pandemic. So it was at that moment that the VCN expanded and reached other regions. So it's also that with that expansion, other challenges came, and we understood that we should keep it online because it was no longer possible to have like in-person meetings with having so many people from different regions and not the budget to support that kind of meetings. So just to show you a little bit of the figures we had in the previous year, because the Hub Pilot grant, it started just in June, so we are right now building a lot of inner structure documents and policies and so on, and I prefer to show you the previous work, which is much more interesting. And we had like 180 participants who attended to our meetings and workshops. We had like 18 activities organizing during 2024 and a bit of 2023, which were held in 3 main languages. This is English, Spanish, and French. Our one annual meeting was hosted by Wikimedia Chile, and it lasted 2 days where we could meet and share a little bit of what we all have been doing in our chapters during the year, and also having some discussions of what the VCN should be and not. We tend to have like many conversations about how the process is going on, in this case, the Hub Pilot with our community. So it was mostly focused on that. And the VCN at this very moment, it has like 38 members who come from different groups. They are user groups or chapters from across the globe. Mostly there's Europe, Latin America, North America, and Africa. And about what is coming soon, we will keep on working with our Skillshare meetings. There is a specific workshop for volunteer supporters around the world. It means that, for instance, if you don't know how to use Dashboard, you can simply text the VCN and say, hey, I need some support on Dashboard, and we're trying to find someone who can give us that support, and we share that session. What usually happens when I tell this is people say like, yeah, but there is Let's Connect doing that. Yeah, there is Let's Connect doing that, that's true. But it's also true that this place is specific for volunteer supporters, and that these Skillshare meetings, they are not being recorded, not being streamed. They are like safe spaces for people there, so we can share also like, I am having this issue with Dashboard because this is happening in my community, and we can discuss that and provide peer-to-peer support without being like in a very big meeting or maybe something that is more public. We also have these peer-to-peer support spaces where we don't have, this like an open topic, so people simply can say, hey, I need some support because I am dealing with a conflict in my community, or I need some support because I really don't do it well with volunteer retention, or whatever you have. So you can come with I would say like a tiny conflict or barrier you're dealing with, and we can discuss it all across the VCN folks that are joining the session. It is quite an interesting space because you can find mutual support from people in the same working position that you have. And then we will be also mapping on our needs. It is more about like trying to find the partnerships and the connections so we can map and understand what do volunteer supporters need in our movement to do their work better. This is like our innovative task for the year to come, like trying to get that map of volunteer supporters need. And we will also be gathering and creating resources specific for volunteer supporters. We know there is a lot of work being done related to volunteer support across the movement, but it's also true that it's really difficult to find those resources. Like, if you don't know the right commons category, or if you don't know the right meta page, it's quite complex to get to your resource in the language you need it and for that to be accessible for everybody. So our idea is to have like clean commons categories where you can find the information you need, and that to be like easily accessible from our meta page. So this is also an opportunity to collaborate. If you are creating any kind of resources for volunteer support, please let us know so we can simply link your resource in this page. Regarding challenges, we have like, I just put down a few of them, and the very fresh one is this one, that the first one, it says like, what does it mean to be a volunteer supporter in each region? And this could be an open question for you, just in case you want to pick it up, because there will be some time left for Q&A. So when we first started to build this hub pilot process, we are really stuck into our idea of volunteer supporters being people who work for communities in user groups and chapters. But it's also true that as long as we keep on having conversation from people from other regions, they are telling us that in their cases, maybe it is not only about community supporters, it is also about organizers. When groups are starting to grow, they don't have like one specific person who's working with a community of volunteers. They may have like different people trying to organize and to build that community. So it is possible that in some regions where groups, affiliates, or user groups are just starting to be alive, that we should change our scope from community supporters to organizers in those cases. So this is an open conversation. We would love to have it. So if you are working in any kind of group who is starting their work and you need to have this conversation with us, we are open for that. And then there is one more challenge, which is multicultural network and language diversity. This is like the challenge for the whole movement, I guess. That is, how do we work together being from such different countries and contexts? And also having, well, different languages. And the last one is about connecting with local and regional needs and interests. This is connected to our map of needs. It has to do with this process that if we want to go global, because right now we are working mostly Latin America and Europe, but if we want to go global, we need to understand a little bit what are the needs of the people in their local context. So we are also trying to get some partnerships and maybe having people around the VCN helping us to understand what could suit better each context in different regions. So this goes to the next step, which is just opportunities to engage and to help us cope with those challenges I was explaining before. So the first one is you can simply join the Volunteer Supporters Network as a member or liaison. It means that you can take part of our network and all the activities and everything. This is quite simple. You just go to our meta page. The link is there. You go to the meta page and you drop us an email saying, hey, I want to be part of this. I am a volunteer supporter, and I come from this place or this chapter or group or whatever. And we simply start the process of having you as a member. Then you can join our Skillshare and peer-to-peer support meetings. These are open to everybody. It's not only for members and liaisons, so if you want to come for just one Skillshare, that's also fine. You can organize an activity with us. For instance, the Coordinate Me contest at Wikidata is being organized via the VCN. They connect the activities of the contest with the VCN, which helps them to have organizers and other people providing support to the contest, so that's a possibility too. And there is one last opportunity to engage, which is connected to our advisory team. We are about to open the call for the advisory team. The idea of the advisory team is to have people from different regions helping us land the VCN to their local context, having their specific needs and challenges in consideration. So we will have like around 5 seats for that advisory team, and you can, well, there will be some nice stuff going on, like you could be representing the VCN in different places or helping us taking some deeper decisions. And there's Q&A and 10 minutes left. So someone, yeah. There is another mic there. If there is any question, I was talking a little quickly, so maybe I can rephrase. we have like one open question, which is what does it mean to be a volunteer supporter? If you want to take that one, it could be really useful. What does it mean to be a volunteer supporter in your region, your country, your context? Shy people in the room. No questions, so that's over. We're okay, Flor.
So, as you know, I make very many videos and help people to edit Wikipedia. So maybe I'm some kind of volunteer supporter without knowing that I'm that kind of role in the community.
And you also work with a group of students, don't you?
Yes, a lot of them.
Yeah, and they keep engaged for quite a long time, like
Well, from time
the
to
academic
time I
year.
have- But yes, during the year I
Okay.
coach students along the year, and also I have some wiki clubs at university, and also I coach. I coach is the word. Teachers. I train teachers. I train trainers. But it's not a formal role. Just
Okay.
the people knows that I know Wikipedia, so they write to me and I answer, and I receive mails every week.
And maybe you deal with, for instance, what does it mean to retain a volunteer, or you don't have that question?
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Okay, so then you are a volunteer supporter.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Just to know that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mathieu here. I
Hi,
think part of the thing here is the online support, and a lot of the time people get nasty messages, right? So one of the things that people should do as supporters would be to get those messages out of erase, delete, right? And perhaps reach out to those people who were somehow affected by this, right? So that's one other thing.
That's the kind of topic we deal with at the peer-to-peer support meetings, like the conflict that come from the community to the community supporter, and that make our work a little bit complicated. So that's part of the issues we deal with. Are we okay now? No more questions there? So we can close it. Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a presentation about how to keep Wikilabs contest participants interested even after 10 or more editions. I am Mykola Kozlenko, user Nikkei, and this is Antonana. We are both administrators of Ukrainian Wikipedia and both members of Wikimedia Ukraine, and both have been organizing Wikilabs monuments in Ukraine for more than 10 years. So, if you don't know where Ukraine is or what Ukraine is, Ukraine is approximately as big as Kenya, with 600,000 square kilometers. We are a bit less populated than Kenya, with about 41 million people. There is a war going on in Ukraine since 2014 due to a Russian invasion, which became a full-scale war in 2022. And this war is unfortunately ongoing and impacting cultural heritage with widespread destruction of heritage in different cities and regions. We are in the same time zone, just a bit further north, so just go north from Kenya and you will probably get to Ukraine at some point. And we have been running Wikilabs contests for more than 10 years, and we think we have a lot to share. So we started running Wikilabs monuments in Ukraine in 2012. Then we added Wikilabs Earth in 2013. We were the first country to create Wikilabs Earth, which is a contest for natural heritage. This contest became international in 2014, and Wikimedia Ukraine and Ukrainian volunteers have been supporting its international organization ever since. Then we started participating in Wiki Science Photo competition in 2016 and added Wikilabs Folklore in 2023. So we Wikilove a lot of things, and we also especially love monuments, not because we don't love everything else, but because monuments is something we have been particularly successful at. So Wikilove's Monuments, world's biggest photo contest, which is in Guinness World Records in 2013 and is still there. The goal of Wikilove's Monuments, both in Ukraine and internationally, is to collect photos of all cultural heritage monuments of the world on Wikimedia Commons, particularly for use on Wikimedia projects, but as we can see later, it also has a lot of other uses. We organize it annually in September and October. It has been organized globally since 2010, first started in the Netherlands, and in Ukraine, we have been organizing it every year since 2012. We even organized it 2022, which was the first and the worst year after the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And Ukraine has been extremely successful in that. We have had the first place by number of uploads already 5 times. And if you look at our statistics, I'm not sure you can see all the numbers, but the main idea, we have been in top 4 consistently every year, which is a lot of photos, which is roughly like between 15 and 45,000 images uploaded every year by roughly 250, 300 uploaders every year, which is a lot, and which brought us to these beautiful images. This is our 3 images that were in top 3 internationally in different years. The left one is Svetohirsk Monastery in the east of Ukraine, which was unfortunately damaged by the war since. Then 2024 photo is a beautiful photo in the middle of Kyiv University in winter. And on the right you have also a very different view, which is a palace interior in the west of Ukraine, and which was one of the winning photos of 2021. Quite good diversity, and we want to maintain it. So what we care about is keeping the participants of Wikilabs photo contests interested so that they are willing to promote the contest to others and go back year after year. We attract roughly 200, 300 participants every year, which is a lot. And even in the first year when we organized with being a bit naive, not knowing what to expect, we got 33,000 uploads, and we said like, oh, we cannot just like put a banner and say we do nothing else. We realized that we have to do something to maintain this community alive. So every year we have more than 50 very active volunteers who are active on social media, who are actively promoting the contest to others, and we want to keep them. We want to keep them involved, and at the same time, We want to keep the balance to diversify participants, to attract new participants, and especially to diversify the uploads, because, well, nobody will travel around the whole country on their own, except that there are some crazy people who will. But we generally want to keep crazy people with us and attract a lot of new people to diversify. And these are the images of offline and online meetings of Wikilove's communities at award ceremonies.
In order to move forward, we needed to identify the problems we needed to solve, like no public database of monuments, too difficult to win the big prize, people always upload pictures of the same touristy places, lists are biased in Ukraine, communist and imperial heritage. We needed to figure out how to continue community building, attracting new participants, keep volunteers that we have involved. Our images is not used on Wikipedia, no freedom of panorama, and of course evaluating large numbers of uploads.
So starting with the first problem, in Ukraine there is no public database of monuments, and as far as I know, Ukraine is not alone in this, and there are many countries where the government database does not exist or is of bad quality. And of course, participants want to know what is a monument, what we can upload. So our first solution was to start with whatever we have. So we know that our lists are not complete, but it's fine as long as they are good enough. We requested a lot of information from the government via open government policy. If you have it in your country, that's a good starting point. Wherever we did not get answer from the government, we contacted local authorities because they are usually more cooperative in like, oh, we want to promote our town, our region, and we can share some information with you. Then work with partners, such as heritage organizations. They often have some lists. Some of them are official that they are requested through their connections. Some of them are semi-official, but like good enough credibly showing that these buildings are most likely monuments. And then we had also problems that there are so many lists that they don't have consistent IDs. So we created our own ones. Now there is Wikidata. You can also use Wikidata QIDs, which uniquely identify the heritage sites. And this helped us solve the problem of indexing the database. So this is the original database. That's how we receive them. You can see very bad quality of printing from the 70s, which with corrections with a pencil. That's approximately how Ukrainian government stores monument database. Not very digitized, not very easy for us to digitize, but we digitized it with the help of Wikisource community. And this is how the result looks like. So it's in Ukrainian, but the main idea is we have an ID, a name, year, then populated place, address, coordinates if we have them. Some of the government identifiers that you can see are pretty inconsistent. And then the category the monument belongs to, and then the image and link to upload it underneath the image. So we reached this after several iterations with participants by choosing what format makes most sense to them, what information they want to have. And this is now the biggest public monument database in Ukraine. We know more monuments than the government officially knows.
Too difficult to win the big prize if you are a new person joining the contest. So, and the problem is that same touristy places are showing up in the photo uploads because people go there and have this. So no one is going to be motivated to go to faraway places if they just can go around a big city, take pictures, and that's it. So we gradually started to add more prizes and try to more evenly distribute them. We have awards for the number of monuments pictured, because it's even better for illustrating Wikipedia. And we are making the list illustrated monuments more attractive for people. And we have smaller awards for like regional prizes in order to make sure that all regions are presented, even if there are not a lot of pictures from them. And we separately recognize newbies, like newcomers. And there are newcomers in Ukraine that would be a newcomer 1 year, and then in 2 years they are getting into the game, and they're like in the top 10 uploaders. So there are many small packages of souvenirs actually, because there are like small awards, but at least people recognize, receive, And for number of monuments, we have a point system ranging from 1 point for like a monument to 21 if the monument was not pictured before. With some ranges, because there are other pictures, there are not a lot of authors. We would like to motivate people, more authors, to upload pictures of the same monument even. And that's how it looks like when it's like 40, 50 prizes that you need to give to people.
Yes, then a big problem in Ukraine, and also likely not only in Ukraine, that lists are biased. In Ukraine, it's a mix of communist and imperial heritage. And of course, this bothers participants because they would say they won't upload monuments they associate themselves with and not some random object that happens to be a monument but commemorates an empire or a country's a heritage that is not really their heritage anymore. And multiple solutions that we had was adding special categories, for example, for minority heritage, such as Greek, Armenian, German, or Jewish, or some aspects of monuments such as destroyed heritage or interiors or elements of exteriors to diversify what participants can upload, because it also diversifies like viewpoints and kinds of people it attracts. Then we adjusted the criteria because most monuments commemorating independence are not like official monuments but kind of monuments candidates, and we said it's good enough, it's like officially enough protected, not full monument but good enough for us to upload. So this is like a diversification aspect that attracted a lot of people. And we also increased awareness of this by contacting journalists and authorities, telling them some interesting stories, saying like, this is a monument which deserves being protected. Why is not it yet protected? We talked a bit about our special nominations during the lightning talk on Thursday. If you want, you can play it back. Or maybe you have seen our poster in Wikimania 2024 when we were talking about our special nominations. The main idea behind them is that minority heritage was often ignored and is even at higher risk of destruction now that the war is going on. So we added also special awards to build partnerships and to attract new kinds of contributions of monuments that are not officially on the list, but are recognized as such by experts in their specific areas. This is, for example, a colonial example in Ukraine. This is a real monument in Kyiv. So this is a house where a great Ukrainian composer lived and had a creative meeting with a genius Russian composer. So Russian is necessarily more genius, and this monument commemorates that they just met in this house. So how interesting is this place to be pictured for people? And there are many of those places that commemorate like, oh, there was some famous Russian just passing by. And this is not something that attracts people a lot. They are attracted to something different. For example, like this. This is a beautiful German church in a small village in south of Ukraine. It nearly won a regional prize, except that we realized, well, it's not a monument. It's not on any official list. And it was a good story because we said, okay, this is a great photo. It's in the middle of like not very well pictured area. There were no pictures of the surrounding district. And we said, okay, we want to share the story. We shared it with the local media of that area. And next year, the government reported, oh, it's actually a monument now. That's a nice story how you can help protect the heritage by finding good examples and promoting them. And great photos helps these stories.
As it was mentioned, community building matters for us a lot because we want to involve them. What we do surveys, we ask our participants before the contest, after the contest, and sometimes when we need to make a difficult decision. For example, we also ask them for some feedback, like, would you like this or that, like special prize, would you be interested to take part in that? Or for example, do you think that we should take part in the international contest, like for example, when Russia was taking part in it? Because this is not a decision that we would like to make alone. We would like to know if people would be contributing to the project. So we also have like social groups on social media. We are trying to reply to their questions as soon as possible. We are also reusing our participants in a way that you won this year, maybe you would like to be a jury member next time, so you would know the other side. And of course, we create opportunities for participants to volunteer on things that are not going to influence their participation, like categorization on comments or writing articles, and inviting our participants to other photo contests in Ukraine.
And then we want to attract new participants because we want to have a healthy mix between old-timers and newcomers. So we added more awards. In particular, we added a separate award for newcomers so that they know, well, I cannot beat an old-timer if I learned about the contest the day before the deadline, but at least I can win a prize among newbies. We ran ad campaigns also on social media, and we also asked our partners to share the social media posts or messages with their subscribers, and this was quite helpful. We sent a lot of press releases to heritage organizations and local authorities, and some people said, oh, I actually learned about you from a local website of a small town, and we said like, oh, that's a good outcome for our press release. We reduced the barriers by doing uploads that I will show now. And we also added video instructions, infographics, and FAQ pages in different formats so that people, for example, are more visual or prefer to consume it in video format can have an instruction suitable for them. And we also had different types of trainings, both in person and online, for new participants to reduce the barriers. So this is, for example, how our one-click upload looks like. You can see a big button, again, in Ukrainian, and a bold link that shows you can click there and upload a photo. And what it gives is a commons page where already description is pre-filled, coordinates, if available, are pre-filled. There is a monument identifier so that we know with which monuments this photo is associated, and some categories so that commons admins don't complain that we had too many uncategorized images. This is like a good basis. People can add more details, but we know that just by clicking on the link, people will already get decently well-described image that we will be able to find. And then we changed the landing page because we realized that roughly 60–70% of views of our landing page of Wikilove's monument were mobile, but our landing page was not mobile-friendly. So in 2024, we made an experimental design. This is how it looks like. And we realized that our views increased, particularly owing to mobile views, which is a good result for us, that we got like roughly 3,000 new mobile views every day. And this is increasing participation.
And now we really, really hope to also use an app to attract more newcomers. And we also would like to keep volunteers involved because they are organizers and like to help the organizer. And so surveys, again, for volunteers, that's a bit different than just participants. And we also would like to make changes. So when they are giving us feedback, we are trying to implement that as much as we can. And also we would like to elevate them. We want to use their quotes in the materials, in the publication, blog posts, and everything else. Of course, souvenirs and signs of appreciation. And we are also trying to come up with practical souvenirs, like, for example, power banks or USB charging lamps are useful when there is no electricity because of the Russians attacking our power grid. So these are kind of like examples of things. During COVID, we tried to have masks. During these times, we are trying to have practical souvenirs. And we also are trying to invite our volunteers, not only participants, but also volunteers to the events that we have, online and offline hybrid events.
Unfortunately, not all images are used on Wikipedia, so we want to increase the usage of the images so that we can show participants that their contributions matter. Some of the part can be done by bots because we have monument lists with IDs which are connected to Wikidata items. We have one Ukrainian and one Swedish bot that helped us make these connections and add more pictures to articles. We have campaigns for illustrating Wikipedia articles, for example, Wikipedia pages wanting photos, WPWP. We have writing contests about monuments to increase the use of photos, and owing to good database, we can see a lot, for example, choosing monuments that are priority for writing articles, or best pictures that are not used in articles. But then then after the full-scale invasion of Russia, we said, well, our priority is actually not documenting monuments in Wikipedia, but just getting as many pictures as we can before the monuments are lost. So these are, for example, a beautiful church that got destroyed by a Russian missile. And we said, okay, the priority is first to get photos, and then when we have time, we will increase the usage of these photos to use our volunteer resources better.
And also Ukraine is unlucky in not having freedom of panorama, and we are trying to get around it by having more explanations about freedom of panorama, but also looking at what we have, like ways to deal with that. For example, we can notify people that that image might be under freedom of panorama, but we do have some exceptions in the Ukrainian law, so we cannot just like say we are not going to accept, because there are conditions under which the image can be used, like when it's a current event. And also we can do this. This is a winning picture. You can't see it, but that's how you can also publish it. And also when it's like, pure geometric things that are not protected by copyright, then it also can be used. And
yes, and so you reached our last problem, that we had so many images that we are asking ourselves, well, what can we do? We have 30,000 images and 1 month to evaluate them. And we struggled a lot with this, and then we realized we can have a streamlined process to do this. So we added a flag to upload wizard saying, do we want it to be a quantity nomination or both quantity and quality nomination, so that a person can choose, well, my image is useful for documenting Wikipedia, but probably it will not win the prize for being the most beautiful one. We still check this quantity-only nomination for people who said, well, probably my image is not bad, but maybe I misclicked. So we have at least one volunteer going through the images, making sure they are not lost and people have not just wrongly put it into the wrong category. Then we have a pre-selection. In some countries, they call it pre-jury or filtering. These are volunteers disqualifying images that will obviously cannot win. Either like very poor quality mobile upload or with a very bad edge, like very badly shaped, or not interesting pictures like you upload like a sign at the door, which is also useful for Wikipedia but cannot win a prize for the most beautiful picture. And then we have volunteers that review images that cannot win, but maybe can apply for a different category. For example, we can send them to a special nomination, or can send them for a regional prize. Maybe they will still be valuable there, even if they don't win the main prize. Up.
And by the way, you can help us in other countries with evaluation of pictures submitted by volunteer to be a volunteer jury member or a member of pre-selection jury. And you can also help us. There is a form, there is a poster, or reach out to us, and we would be able to, we would be very happy to receive some help. So this is a list of the problems, just to remind you. And asante sana, дякуємо, thanks.
If you have space for like maybe 1 or 2 questions or feedback. Yes. Microphone to people in the back. Someone has a microphone because there are 2 questions in the back. Yeah.
Hi, technical question. Do you use montage for evaluating photos?
We use a WLX jury tool, which is also developed in Ukraine, which is why we use it also, but it kinda satisfies all of our needs so far.
That tool, you're able to implement this criterion by content. So will you give extra points for rare?
No, this is done by a separate bot.
It's separately. Okay, thank you.
But we use VLX jury tool for judging quality photos.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's quite detailed and it's able to address some of the concerns I have before now. But however, I am from Nigeria and we do a lot of uploads. I think most times when for every Wiki Loves photography campaign, Nigeria always has the highest number of quantity in terms of the images. But recently we've been having a lot of challenges, and right now Wikilove's Monument, we're actually opting out for the very first time. We don't want to do Wikilove's Monument this year. And the reason has to do with the freedom of panorama, which was just introduced into the Nigeria law just about 6 or 7 months ago. And we've had issues where some of our photographers were actually accosted by the Nigerian security, and where a lot of photos were also deleted, and like that. So my question is, how do we go around this? We've had to move away from just uploading to public advocacy. We've had to interact with the Nigerian government to explain our stance and to let them understand what we're doing. But the challenge, and this is where I'm going with the question, so sorry, I'm just branching, but this is where I'm going with it. One of the meetings we had with the Nigerian government was like, okay, they are okay, because the freedom of panorama we have has a little bit of some few curve. The idea is, if the picture is for educational use, then no problem, there can be an adjustment with it. But we understand that in Commons, everything has to be CCSA 4.0, and so if it was possible for us to do a CC by NC, it would have been so easy for us, we would not have to, opt out. So I'm saying in this, are there options where we can go to the conversation of saying, okay, to protect creatives, right, and also to adjust to some country peculiarities, can we start looking at licenses like NC, as the case may be? And the last question, because you also mentioned things about souvenirs, we also tried that, as a way to also appeal some of the volunteers. But Nigeria is actually big as a country. We realize that the cost of shipping or moving the souvenirs is even much more than the cost of the souvenir. So most times it wasn't something that was really fruitful. We had to go back to just saying, we'll just send you voucher or just something like that. Thank you once again.
About souvenirs, I'll say that sometimes maybe you can give a voucher to some local shop, that also can be a possibility, because we are doing it with our participants who are outside of Ukraine, when it might be too complicated to ship anything. About the freedom of panorama, well, Wikipedia does allow non-commercial materials, under fair use. So our workflow is that if the monument or if the picture, because again, when you have like 30,000 pictures, you won't be able to see all of them. Like, it's difficult, especially in 1 month. So when we have pictures that are going to be nominated, then we look into that, see that, yeah, they're going to be deleted. We move them locally to Wikipedia in order to use. But on our local Wikipedia in Ukrainian, it needs to be used in main space in order to be allowed to live on Wikipedia. So we are choosing the best pictures out of the category, for example, if the whole category is deleted, in order to use them on Wikipedia articles, like a local copy.
Yeah, and of course you can do also contests of articles that if a monument does not even have an article, you cannot use a photo, but you can say, for example, you took a beautiful photo of this monument, do you want to write an article about it? Thank you very much again. We ran out of time, and up to the next session, I think. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, panelists, please sit down, relax, have a seat. Yes, thank you very much. So, yes, hello everyone. My name is Mario, and I'm from Germany, and this session is about empowering the Wikimedia community in Africa and around the world with open source. And yeah, I'm from Germany originally, but like we want to connect the world, so we have panelists from other places here, other regions. So at first, like I'm very glad to welcome here Alice Kibombo on the stage. Yeah, Alice is from Uganda, and a big round of applause, please welcome her. And then we have like Valerio Bozzolan, yeah? He's from Italy. Big round of applause, welcome also Valerio. So this panel will explore the intersection between free and open source software, free as in freedom, and the Wikimedia movement, focusing on strategies to expand community participation, particularly in Africa and other emerging regions. By bringing together visionaries in the fields of open source and free knowledge, we will discuss the shared values of collaboration, openness, and community building. So I would like to introduce both of you also a little bit more in detail. Alice is a librarian and a Wikimedian from Uganda. We call that Wikibrarian, yeah, as a merged word. And yeah, you work as an active Wikimedian in Uganda centers on making information more accessible. That's your goal. Your practical experiences are in organizing local wiki initiatives and bridging technology gaps in African communities. Yeah, with a critical on-the-ground viewpoint. That's what you bring in here. And then we have Valerio. Valerio has years of experience advocating for open source adoption in Italy, and you will bring a European perspective into this discussion, and you work a lot on community engagement and grassroots efforts, so really bottom up, and your background includes fostering collaborations between tech communities, educational institutions, and civil society organizations. Personally, I would also like to share about myself. I kickstarted the FOSS Asia community in 2009 in Vietnam. So yeah, I'm from Germany, but I lived many years in Asia, in the region. And yeah, we ran a company back in the days that focuses on helping other communities make use of open source technologies, right? So basically what every big company is doing today, we did it also 2009, and we had the feeling we don't really connect with people all around the world. So we started the FOSS Asia organization, the FOSS Asia Summit back in the days, and it was amazing. We invited all our friends, and 1,400 people came 2009. So that was a cool thing. And so we decided to do it every year. And then at events like this one here today, people have ideas. They start projects, they combine projects, they do a lot of things, and we did that as well. So we then like also opened an organization on GitHub, and we have more than 200 repositories today and more than 7,000 registered developers and a lot of people all around the world who contributed. Our most like famous project is actually Wisdom, is a tool for AI projects to visualize AI data. It has more than 10,000 projects that depend on it. So I bring in a lot of the open source perspective, but Alice, you bring in the perspective of Wikimedia. Before we look at a few of the slides that we have, would you like to share a bit what is the state of the community in Uganda? What are you working on at the moment?
Thank you very much, Mario, and thank you very much to everybody that has spared time to be here with us. So let me just jump straight into what the community is like in Uganda. We have been a user group for around 10 years. No, this is the 11th year. So that means we've been exposed to working with Wikimedia projects collectively for the last 11 years. But then the things that we did then have changed now. Initially, our focus was on content creation, and then the focus moved to growing the community. And now the focus is on skills acquisition, imparting of skills, and then growing a base of editors who can then participate in projects that are of interest to them. But that is not the only thing we look at. We also look at the capacity. Skill without having anywhere to put it is just exactly what it is. You're not empowered. So we also look at empowering many of our editors. There are many people we empower depending on what their needs are. If, for example, there's a gap of having female editors or just females participating, so we have campaigns or programs or mentorship programs that include females only. If it is something technical, I believe Benedict Ode has been in touch with many of the Wikimedians who have technical skills or gaps that need to be filled. And then if it's community libraries that are looking at how they can have offline access to information on Wikimedia projects, we are also working with them that way.
Yeah, okay, so that is very important. And you're already talking about the implementation of what you're doing. I would like to go a step back, and we have Valerio here. Valerio, could you tell us a little bit about like what Alice is doing? How do you see how do you see it? Like, how do you think this can be empowered? This has been empowered already, and how can her work be empowered even more by using open source? Maybe we start more easily. What is the relationship actually between open source, free and open source software, and free and open knowledge? Could you tell us maybe a little bit by starting with that question?
Thank you. I see that Wikimedia organizations want answers about what software should they use. So sometimes they know they use some software that it's very useful for them, but maybe they say, maybe this is not really good. Maybe we are using a massive big tech tool. Maybe it's not really, so they don't really know why. Sometimes they don't really know how to explain this in technical documents, but they know that there is a potential issue and they would like more answers from people like us, like you. And so I think it's all about sharing what we know to the others. For example, we just had a power outage some minutes ago, and I really like this screenshot that is just my laptop. This is a random Linux distribution laptop. It seems very modern, but it's really focused on minimal power usage. So this is KDE project, and they develop, because people think, okay, I use Linux on my computer, it may be difficult, But if I use Windows, I only know the Windows interface. If I use Mac, I only know the Apple interface. But on Linux, I can change interface. So if I don't like this, I can choose another interface. So it's really more welcoming for people to adopt something for them. So I want to save energy and also have something modern. Maybe KDE is for you.
Alice, are you seeing a lot of usage of like free and open source software on the desktop in your communities? Don't be afraid to tell the truth. We want to know what's the state.
Okay, let me declare this, but let it never be heard out of here. For the longest time, I did not like Linux. I do not know why. I only began getting familiar with Linux maybe a month ago because the library in which I worked in installed the Linux on which we needed the library management system to work. But that's me. I don't know about the rest though. So in terms of the software that we use, or the open source software that we use, I cannot lie and say that I have done a census and I know what people are using, but I know that people have plans to, set up instances of their own Wikibase, but we are really using the Wikimedia platforms. We haven't gone deep into the technicality and developing the things in the background that give it its functionality. Right now, we are just consumers. We have not yet gone into development of Wikimedia platforms.
So I think you open a discussion afterwards that can take like the whole night about Linux.
No, but what if
But like,
what if your organization gives you a laptop with choice, so you can choose between having a Linux laptop fully operational or whatever you want, but or Windows indeed, but also with another option. So most organizations do not give this kind of options. So, and it's a potential issue because you can have more resources for your organization if at least one user saves, I don't know, 140 euros for the Windows license, because it's a license that can be saved to have more resources for the community if just one user maybe have this choice. And also, for example, in this conference we used Zoom so much, and Zoom is very useful. But what if our organization gives us a Big Blue Button or another open source software or a free software? This is, I have all the screenshot of Big Blue Button now. It's even more modern, and it works. And if it doesn't work, maybe we just pay $1 more, or I don't know, but it's really this kind of things.
So I also find it important, Valerio, to mention actually Zoom, Google Meet, all these solutions, they would not work without open source, right? I mean, what they do is they really try to make it ready for the user. And then, of course, like they have a lot of users, so they can profit from that. But we have like open standards, we have the web browser, all these things like, so basically, I don't know an exact percentage, but it's very high. Is it 80%, is it 90%, is it 95% that's actually running all these services with open source? I think a challenge that I see though here, or something that I don't like so much is like the user is not always in control. Yeah, and of course, like these big organizations, they often give their solution as a freebie, yeah? So maybe like you will get like Windows or other solutions from Microsoft for free. But we've seen it in other countries, yeah? You're a bit hooked up like, yeah, in the early stages of development that you get it for free. You don't have to pay anything, but it's not real freedom because you can't really copy it. And I think that's criticism, like there are reasons why people say Linux doesn't work for them on the desktop, and I think we as a community need to work harder to make it usable, yeah, and also to teach people how to use it. And I thank you very much for your comment on Wikimedia, because apparently the Wikimedia software works for you, yeah. And so this is great, and we can learn more here as a free software community from the Wikimedia movement. How did the movement do it? And I think that's one point that we should collect as an exchange. Yeah, even though you say they're still using a lot of solutions that are not open, but the actual base of the community, the Wikimedia platform, is free and open source. It's on a free license.
Maybe this is a nice screenshot of something we don't really know, but we have some designers who cannot afford to pay a good environment to design new prototypes, new design projects. And Penpot is a good alternative to Figma, for example. And so if I don't know if you use Figma, or if you ever heard this name, okay. Penpot is really good, provided to if an organization have at least maybe one developer. Having this kind of tools inside can help in. Also, Wikimedia Foundation has a nice space about design, Wikimedia Foundation design. But unfortunately, there is no Penpot support at the moment. So maybe we have the opportunity to have even more wide adoption of the ecosystem of the design ecosystem of our projects, to spread our open contents even more, our logos.
Yeah. And I have to say, like, Penpot is a good example also for capacity building. So basically, like, Penpot is a startup. They actually collected like millions of dollars, like, and they're based in Spain. Actually, they're also the CEO was just at the FOSS Asia Summit, so we know this quite well. And it's really working as well as like other solutions, proprietary solutions as well. So I definitely can recommend it, and maybe that's also something we could bring to and showcase here at events.
Also, just to conclude, why not doing something more? For example, at least 5 Wikimedia organizations right now are using Nextcloud. And so they have all their documents inside their own Nextcloud. So most are in the Central Europe, and at least one user group is from Africa, I'm quite sure. And so their files are in their nation and not read by United States or China, you know. And so there is an app, there is a good ecosystem. I think this is a slide edited on Nextcloud. So people think that if I adopt Nextcloud, then, oh no, I don't have Google Docs anymore. Oh no, I cannot do real-time collaboration. We can. There is the Collabora Online component, which is really LibreOffice, but on the web. And so I've done this slide on, we have done this slide on the LibreOffice Collabora, so all together on the same screen, just like Google Docs. I mean, we are not losing everything. We're not in our whole dark alone without modern things. And and we are quite sure that this can be done also for other user groups. And this is instead something that we have not with proprietary solutions. What if maybe you want to allow people to meet you easily? Nextcloud has a page to give easy appointments. So you can just share a link to the people, and the people choose the best slot to meet you. So you can just share a calendar invitation. And this is just a very easy Nextcloud feature that it's available almost as default. And just to say what we can do with open source. This is a silly chatbot made by a single user in Italy yesterday, honestly. It was not able to say something and have the text in the chat. So now in Italy there is a computer on a desk in the house of somebody who really does live translation, but it's a single computer in your house, so nothing leaves that house. And so in one day this was created with only open source and with only AI, local AI provided by your local country. So I think we can do modern solutions, faster prototypes thanks to open, because then we can
perspective like events. I know that you are doing mentorship because so many young women here came to me and say, yeah, do you know Alice? She's my mentor. And yeah, so they really a fan of you actually, like in different countries here in Africa even. So what could be actionable items? And I think that should be the final statements, because we only have 1 minute left and we want to know what to do next. Alice, what could we do? Events, mentorship, tell us quickly.
Honest. The young men who didn't come were also not being honest. But here are the actionable items. We cannot only meet with the community at gatherings like this. I think we need some form of collaboration where we have mentorship and teaching that goes on over the year, that creates an opportunity for people to meet people like Valerio or you, and so that the next time our events come, we are self-sufficient. So we need opportunities beyond these conferences, and we need opportunities in very uniquely African spaces, and Wiki Indaba, which is coming up, is also a very good space. But even beyond the conferences, we need to have an ongoing relationship.
Okay. So I think, Valerie, we don't have time anymore, but thank you very much to the panelists here. So short round of applause, please, for our panelists. And I think that applause goes to the entire community. And I have an action item for the audience. Please go out here of this session, like talk to each other, talk about how we can collaborate more with each other, how we can get like free and open knowledge to the next steps. Actually, there's a whole thing that I didn't cover. I also love open hardware. I even want to get one step further. I think everything should be free and open in the world, and we should collaborate, and there are a lot of opportunities for everyone. So let's work on this together. Please continue this discussion in the hallway track outside. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this event here today.
Thank you, Mario.
And here's a QR code, yes.